sort of sign of human centricity in our brand is safety, which we're very known for. In 1927, when the company was founded by these two gentlemen that you see on the picture, they said already back then that cars are driven by people, therefore the guiding principle behind everything we do at Volvo is and must remain safety. So safety really is the most important core value that we have, and everything we do is starting from the safety aspect. And I think the most, or the best example of safety is the three-point safety belt, which we invented in 1959. And just like Chairman Bhargava said earlier, you know, it doesn't help you if you have a seatbelt in the car. It helps you only if you use the seatbelt. And I'm shocked to see quite often you see children sitting in the front seat with no seatbelt. You see people sitting in the back saying, I don't need a seatbelt in the back because I drive so slowly. And it's really the enforcement of, so I really urge all of you to use the seatbelt in the back, to use the seatbelt in the front. Do not have children sitting in the front without seatbelts. That's not the idea. Put them in the back and put them belted, preferably in a child seat, because this invention is really what has saved millions of lives. Exactly like Chairman Bhargava said, you really don't necessarily need airbags. You know, if you don't have your seatbelt, you have no use of the airbag. You should have the seatbelt. That's sort of 90% of your safety. Then when you have that, you can add to, you know, the airbag and of course the infrastructure and everything. That's how you build a safety. So it's really a comprehensive approach, but it starts with you buckling up that safety belt which Volvo invented in 1959. Then coming maybe a bit into our brand, I just want to show you a few short minutes of a Volvo video that talks a bit about the Volvo brand.
They used to be a symbol for freedom, for joy. What happened? When I look outside, I see cars crashing into cars, into people. I see them destroying the air we breathe. Does it have to be that way? See, there's one thing I don't understand. How the car makers think. It seems like they keep making cars for racetracks instead of city streets. Is that what's important? Really? What if a car maker thought differently? Thought about the crowded streets, and joggers, skateboarders, kids on bikes, parents with strollers. Thought about all the beautiful things around us. Oceans, trees, air. Everything. What if someone made a car for people who care about other people?
Okay, I passed the India gate today. I passed Rashtrapati Bhavan today when I came here. This is the way I like to see it, and this is what it usually looks like, unfortunately. So the question, of course, comes, and I'll go back to what Chairman Bhargava said this morning. Like the IIT Kanpur study said, vehicles are actually a very small part of India's particle pollution problem. It doesn't mean that we can say that we can sort of say that it's a small problem, so we leave it. It's very true. There's a good action plan that was portrayed in that study. We should swipe the streets 2 times a month. We should switch to LPG instead of burning municipal waste. We should stop the Punjabis from burning their fields too much when the wind is blowing our way. We should make sure that the industry is clean, and there's a bunch of activities that you can actually do to get the pollution in Delhi better, and that's what we should, of course, follow up. But I can only speak for my industry. I can only do my part of this, and that's why, of course, we want to find solutions for it. So I don't think the auto industry can sort of leave our problems to the side. We really have to take charge of them as well. Internal combustion is what we are using today, and for Volvo's part, all our cars right now that we sell since 2 years have been Euro 6 compliant or BS6 compliant. So we use diesel particulate filters in all our cars as standard, and of course our cars are a bit more expensive than maybe some other cars, so that means that we can put maybe more technology in them. Hybrid is of course a good alternative for us, and that's I see as a current step and as a future step. So the way we see it from Volvo's perspective is that right now we are offering plug-in hybrid, and that basically means that a hybrid is a mix of 2 things. So you have a combustion engine and you have an electrical engine, and that's what we are currently offering. In a few years we will also offer fully electrical vehicles in the world and in India. I think 2 things are driving these, and many things are driving these. We had from Union Minister Gadkari, he made a statement about that India wants to stop importing petroleum products. I think that's good to push these things. It pushes the industry to develop new technologies. At the same time, we also know that it's claimed that more than 1 million lives a year is lost due to the pollution in the world because of the illnesses and diseases that causes. So there's really a need to do something about it. Currently, our solution is this, and I completely honestly say that, of course, this car is for the rich people, for the people who are wealthy, but I also say that somebody needs to drive the technology. We need to push for technologies which usually start from the more expensive cars and then they go down to the slightly cheaper cars. Let's say a brilliant invention, which was the anti-lock brakes, which were maybe in the 70s only in luxury cars, now are completely standard in most cars. The same thing comes with plug-in hybrids. So the car we currently have for sale is quite a massive package. It's a Volvo XC90 T8 plug-in hybrid, and what it means basically has a total horsepower of 407, which basically means you have a 300 horsepower petrol engine, you have a 100 horsepower electrical engine, and you can do things with it. First of all, it has a superb CO2 emission level, and CO2 is what is spoken about in Europe. CO2 is what causes the global warming, basically. So that's why we have to constantly keep reducing the CO2 levels. 49 grams is about half of a small, good performance diesel car, and this is a huge, big luxury 7-seater vehicle that we talk about here. Chairman Bhargava said in his statement that we can't charge the cars anywhere. We recognize that problem. So it means that when anybody buys this car from us, we give them 2 charging units included in the car. So it means that we install 1 charging unit in the customer's home, 1 in the customer's office or second home, which means that if you have a commute, you can charge the car in your home and in your office. So for instance, my office is in Gurgaon, my home is in Delhi. I can charge my car in Delhi during the night. When I leave in the morning for Gurgaon, I can drive on pure electricity all the way, because this car can go up to 40 kilometers on pure electricity when it consumes no petrol and there's no emissions from the tailpipe. So it's really a solution which we have available now. It's currently the only SUV in India sold as a plug-in hybrid vehicle. So here we have sort of the future today, and again I see this, it's not the car for the masses, but it's leading the way for what the other cars should contain as well. Just a brief video on the technology behind plug-in hybrids in this Volvo XC90 T8. Just to conclude on that video, I think it's important to recognize that technology has been there. We know that there are plug-in hybrids in many ways. I think the important thing is that the platforms that you design for cars, the design you do for cars, should from now on be based on battery technology. For instance, the XC90, which is shown here, you see that the batteries are placed in the middle of the car, designed from the beginning like that, not in the trunk as an add-on solution, but it's the safest way to position your batteries. It keeps the center of gravity low. It means you can actually have a 7-seater car because your trunk space is not used for the batteries. I think that the important is that we need to design our cars to be environmentally friendly from the beginning. Okay, a few numbers. You know, digitalization is very much based on 0 and 1. And I know that 0 was invented by India, the number 0. What we see is that we really want to go towards 0 emissions, and we have a target of putting 1 million electrified cars globally on the roads by 2025. So we really believe that plug-in hybrids, that electrical cars are the future. And of course, we have to focus also on where does the electricity come from in those cars. But we really believe, and we really will push globally and in India for electrified vehicles. So in 2019, globally, there will be plug-in hybrid solutions, electrification solutions for all Volvo cars. In 2019, in India, there will be electrification solutions for all Volvo cars. And in 2019, we will also launch our first fully electric vehicle, and I hope that, you know, government incentives, I hope that the legislation is built in a way which makes these cars also affordable for the Indian consumers. So I'll take an example. I don't completely agree that electrical cars are a very small part of sales. So the neighboring country to Sweden is Norway. In Norway, every third car is an electrified car. So 30% of the cars in Norway currently sold are cars with electrification. And that's not because Norwegians are very keen on environmentally friendly cars. It's because the government supports, gives incentives for free parking, for free road tolls, and of course taxation as well on these cars, which pushes the Norwegians to buy a lot of electric cars. In Norway, 98% of all electricity produced is renewable. So, and almost all of that is hydropower. It's because Norway is full of hills and they can do a lot of dams and they can generate a lot of hydropower. So, a country which has an immense potential in hydropower, they also have the world's highest penetration of electric cars, and that's truly a great solution for them. Okay, jumping a bit over from electrification and plug-in hybrids to something that Mr. Agarwal from Bajaj Allianz spoke about as well. I'm sure there's been connection for a long time, and now it's changing a bit. So what would connected car mean? What does it mean for Volvo? And I think you could ask, is it customer to car connectivity? Is it car to assistant connectivity? Is it car to value-added services? Car to car to infrastructure? And I think that we can conclude that it's basically all of this. Just as a few examples, it could be things that we have something called Volvo on Call, where you can find a parking space for your car very easily through the Volvo app. You can start your Volvo on distance. You can control the temperature of your car on distance. We've basically seen that we've had for maybe 10 years a mobile application with features that tells about, is your car locked, is it open, where is it parked, how much fuel does it consume, which gear has it been driven in most, and so on. And it seems like customers really get interested in these apps only when they can actually do something important. And in Scandinavia, which is a cold country, the thing that has really pushed the popularity of this application is that you can remote start your heater. Could be your cooler in India, but in Europe, Northern Europe, it's your heater. So that you can, from your car, start the heater in your car, and from your phone, start the heater in your car, and it's warm and nice when you leave for your office trip. Volvo Assistance is an important part of this whole package. We, in fact, cooperate with Bajaj Allianz on our roadside assistance in India. This is a very important part of the connectivity. You could do things like download horsepower, for instance, into your car using your phone, and of course, book your service schedule or something similar using the application. Then value-added services, I think, is really one interesting thing, and I'll just give you an example of what kind of value-added services you could do with connectivity.
One of our cars is reimagining the future of driving. Imagine being able to leave your key at home and still use your car. With Volvo's unique solution, you can use your phone as the key to unlock and start your car using Bluetooth technology. But it doesn't end there. Volvo's phone-based app key means that you can actively share your digital car key with whomever you wish, as long as you're connected to them via your Volvo On-Call app. This means that your car can be shared without the need to exchange physical keys. In the same way, other people can also share their cars with you, or you use car-sharing services when you need to, such as when you travel to another city or country. Simply book your car of choice, and you'll be given access to the digital key and guided towards the location of the car. Volvo's digital key technology reinvents the way you can access and share cars and makes your life easier.
So I think the technology of connectivity really enables us to do completely new services for the customers. I'll give another example of car-to-car connectivity, which is clearly an area of interest, especially for Volvo and for the safety arena. This is a video which shows a car in road conditions. This happens to be an example of slippery conditions, which maybe isn't the Indian typical example. But this is ice on the road. And when the car approaches the ice on the road, the car senses, okay, something is on the road, it's slippery. It could also be a big pot of water in monsoon time, or it could be a big pothole in a bad road condition. But it uploads this information to the cloud, and when the next car, which comes behind, is driving on the same road, it gets the information to the car, and it says that ahead there is something which is slippery, or there is a big pot on the road, and the driver who gets this information can actually brake in time and avoid, for instance, an accident. So this is car-to-car connectivity, which is one example of what connectivity can actually do, which is today in use. And the final example is, I think, car-to-infrastructure, and I think this is really an important one. It could be, for instance, smart cities with a smart traffic solution, which means that you can actually adjust the red lights to fit in with with the driving or the traffic rhythm, or it could warn you that there's a car coming around the corner, for instance. So this is also one example. So connectivity, as we see it, is really these 5 things, which can be car to consumer, car to car, car to infrastructure, intelligent services, and so on. And we really need to build interesting solutions for the customers if we want them to use this. Then finally, a bit on autonomous driving, and I would again go back to Chairman Bhargava's presentation and say, yes, also I don't necessarily see that we will see autonomous driving cars on the roads in Delhi. There's a few points on my commute where I would really be horrified to have somebody else drive the car than the driver. But I think there's one important point in this. What is the technology that enables autonomous driving? It means you need to have sensors in the front which can adjust the distance to the car in front. You need to have sensors on the side. You need to have sensors which can sense that there's a passenger or a pedestrian in front of you. And you need a whole lot of technology which enables this to happen. During the years, first we started with a parking sensor which warns, if somebody is too close behind. That developed to blind spot information technology where you can see if somebody's in your blind spot. That developed into adaptive cruise control where you can actually follow a car and it keeps a certain distance to the car in front. That developed into automatic collision warning and automatic braking. And this, throughout the decades, developed into autonomous driving. But my point is maybe that despite the fact that we don't have autonomous driving tomorrow or today in Delhi, I'll take an example of the Agra Expressway. You and I read from time to time that there's been an accident on the Agra Expressway, for instance, that there's a truck parked for some reason in the middle of the road. In the night, there's a car coming in 150 kilometers per hour, smashes right into the truck with fatal consequences. The technology which enables autonomous driving is radar features. And for instance, the XC90 T8, which I showed a picture of a bit earlier, it's the first car in India with radar-based safety features. If that car drives on the Agra Expressway, it will sense that there is a car standing in front of it. It will brake automatically itself if the driver doesn't brake. So even if we don't have autonomous driving, we need that technology which enables it, because that's going to improve the safety on the Indian roads as well. So I think it's really important. I mean, the fact that we flew to the moon some decades ago didn't help us, but the technology of let's say GPS or things have been used for that. That helps us in day-to-day life. And the same thing is here. We might not all be using autonomous driving, but the technology will help us get safe roads and get better lives for more and more people. I'll jump to this video just to explain a bit on what the current solution that Volvo has for autonomous driving.
In 2017, Volvo Cars will put 100 self-driving cars on the streets of Gothenburg in Sweden, with real customers in the driver's seat. The unique Drive Me project is a part of Volvo Cars' journey towards a crash-free future. Volvo has now designed a complete system solution. Multiple radars, cameras, a laser, and ultrasonic sensors monitor the complete 360 view of the surroundings. A network of computers processes the information. High-performance GPS and a cloud-based 3D digital map, continuously updated with real-time changes in the traffic environment. If anything fails, there is a backup solution, just like in an aeroplane. This includes vital components such as computers, sensors, steering, and brakes. On the road, the car is able to handle even the most complicated scenarios. The technology is so reliable that the driver can focus on something else without having to pay attention to the traffic. Just like good drivers, potentially critical situations are approached with sensible caution. And in an emergency, the car reacts faster than most humans. When autonomous driving is no longer available due to exceptional weather situations, technical malfunction, or reaching the end of the route, the driver is prompted to take over again. If the driver doesn't take over in time, the car will bring itself to a safe stop. With the Drive Me project, Volvo enters uncharted territory in the field of self-driving cars. Taking the final step to driving safely in real traffic with ordinary people behind the wheel has never been done before. And for drivers, the everyday commute transforms from lost time to quality time, open for work or pleasure. The choice is entirely yours.
There's a few companies in India who also work on autonomous driving, and actually technology is not that unusual. We have cars driving in different commercial conditions and also some traffic conditions with autonomous driving. I think that to come back to the point about future is here and the future, I think the important thing is to recognize that yes, the technology is there, but how do we use it? And I think that when a company like Volvo or say Maruti or another sort of known car brand decides to go fully out on this, that's when the future is there. If there's a few commercial applications, that's one thing. But if a company like Volvo, which is renowned for safety, takes the step to put the first real family, the Hain family, into this car and actually test it on real road, to actually put the whole brand at stake and saying that now we believe the technology is there, now we will put a real family, mom, dad, and 2 daughters using this car. That's when the future is here, that you actually dare to say that now we believe this technology is ready for the first family to use it. And this family is actually right now driving in the first Volvo XC90 autonomous driving in real conditions in Sweden, and that means that we really are taking the serious steps on getting autonomous driving into the world and into the hands of the consumers. Just to sum up, basically, the way we see it is that we definitely want to be leaders and show the way when it comes to electrification. Could be that most Indians aren't using electrification in the next years. That doesn't take away our responsibility to push this technology to Indian consumer as well as the consumers elsewhere in the world. We strongly believe that this is a solution for Indian pollution problems, maybe it's only a small part of it, but we need to take that responsibility. Connectivity is really an interesting point. I think it's going to help our lives, make them easier. It's going to improve the safety on the road. And of course, connectivity partly also then leads the way to autonomous driving. And again, I don't want to emphasize too much and say that we all need to have automatically driving cars when we go to our offices. But remember, the point is that the technology which is in these cars is going to improve the safety on the roads, and that we so badly need. We can't have, more years of 150,000 Indians getting killed in traffic. We need to take those steps. We as car manufacturers take our steps, infrastructure planners take their steps, and then policymakers take their steps. And we all have to make our contributions, because this is a very, very comprehensive approach which is needed. Otherwise, it doesn't work. But of course, as a car manufacturer, we take our steps, and we hope that the other people will take their steps as well. So by that, I'd just like to thank you for your attention, and I hope I managed to give you some view of how Volvo thinks about the drive tech for the future, and I'd like to thank also the organizers for having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom, for this very responsive and responsible role which Volvo is playing towards the people, towards the planet. And certain, when you spoke about the plug-in hybrids and the electric cars, maybe slightly it is all the unmanned cars. Probably today it is little unrealistic for India, but going forward we are going to be seeing this, because this is a technology which definitely promises a lot of safety and security. So thank you so very much, and I would like to invite Archana Tiwari, the content head of ETH, to kindly present this small token of our appreciation to him. Just also would like to remind you and mention to you that post-lunch we are going to be in conversation with two design gurus, Akshay Vadenshi and Dilip Chabria, who are going to be joining us post-lunch. So that's going to be one great session which we are going to be looking up to. And now moving to the next presenter and the next presentation. When we in fact talk about simulation, it blurs the line between your imagination and the reality, and it is a very powerful tool in the hands of the engineers when they can look into more options before come up with the optimal design product. So we now take a deep look and explore the revolutionizing automotive technology development through pervasive engineering simulation from the global leaders in engineering simulation from ANSYS. I would like to invite here Mr. Rafiq Sobhani, the Country Manager, South Asia Pacific and Middle East of ANSYS.
Good morning. I think the previous speakers, Tom, Bhargav, and others has made my job a little easier, so I will not focus too much on exterior. What we saw since morning is the external part of the car, and actually there is kind of, if you say there is a CPU or an intelligence or inside part or a soul of a car, and we will talk for the next 15 minutes. I'll cut down my presentation to 15 minutes from 20 because we are running late. And we'll focus on that. So I think the companies which are wondering, is this really happening and what goes behind it? And there might be a lot of tier 1, tier 2 suppliers or Indian OEMs. If they want to get into what the global OEMs are doing, like Tesla or Google or Volvo, then I think, the ANSYS, we will try to provide you some insights about that. So, video please. I think this is a very interesting video by the CEO of General Electric, and today is the age of disruption, and why we are here today is also to understand what's happening, and we'll just take a look at it.
And I think the one headline I would give everybody today is, if you went to bed last night as an industrial company, you're going to wake up in the morning as a software and analytics company. That this notion that there's a huge separation between the industrial world and the world of digitalization, analytics, and software, those days are over.
Yeah. So I think very clearly, not only just for GE, but I think it is applicable for automotive, aerospace, and all the industries. And I think he very clearly mentioned that how GE is transforming from an industrial company to now calling itself as a software and a data analytics company. And actually, this is also happening in the automotive industry, and actually we'll see some proof points and what are the key trends. So when we saw what Tom presented, he touched upon the autonomous electrification and digitization. When I say digitization, I also mean the Internet of Things, data analytics, mobility as service, all these things are included. So we will touch upon all these 3 points very quickly, and how simulation or the physics, I want to just emphasize the word, because at the end of the day, there is a lot of physics. You take up a mobile or a car, it's just not any more mechanical physics. There is electromagnetics, there is fluids, airflow, there is electronics, there is embedded software. So, and as engineering people, we know that there is a physics behind all this thing what we talk about. Yeah. So the power of simulation is how we can add physics, and G clearly believes that, Cummins clearly believes that, Tesla believes that, Volvo believes that physics, adding physics to the data analytics is the key for the future for automotive companies. Yeah? And I think very clearly, if you want to make an autonomous car, and I think my friend from Volvo will agree that you cannot have 8.8 billion miles of testing. It will become very, very expensive if you want to test an autonomous car. So when the video looks very nice and impressive, but imagine the kind of validation or testing which goes about. You can't make an error. So you cannot spend so many years or money, and as we go more and more autonomous. There's another slide from Bosch which talks about how it becomes expensive, like 10 to the power of 6, 10 to the power of 7. It becomes so expensive. So how do we kind of, cut down the expense? And the simulation plays a very, very key role. Rather than doing a lot of physical prototypes testing, we do all the simulation or testing on the system. Yeah. So I think that's one key point I wanted to highlight. And I just want to show an example, and maybe this may look a little bit technical, but people who are into engineering will appreciate what goes into an autonomous car and what is behind in the system happening. Yeah? So I'll just play this is basically a kind of a control loop of an autonomous car. Yeah. So there is a system level model for all autonomous car, and I'm not going into all the boxes, but each by each, every few minutes it'll pick up. So we are on currently we're talking of the control algorithm and human machine interface. We're talking of the ABS control, the cruise control, obstacle detection, which you all saw in the video. So this is just an example of a head-up display. There are 3 scenarios. The component models, actuators, and this is the vehicle scenario. And there are, of course, sensors. Yeah. So there is at the system level, not at the component level, but at system level, there is a engineering model. And this is an example of how maybe it will kind of detects, the sensors detects and kind of thing. And if you kind of break and you want to kind of remove the do loop of a sensor and cut down or deactivate one of them, then what happens? So basically, the idea of this, whatever I'm showing on the video, is that this is the brain or this is the software which goes behind all the autonomous cars which you see. Yeah? And of course, very clearly, the third scenario is a little dangerous. So this is just one of the system engineering level, what we call simulation, which happens at a car. Next. Can you just enter next? Next. No. Is this working? Sorry about that glitch. This means I'll not show the videos in the end. Okay. Yeah. So then I'm just going into the what we spoke about, the electrification. And when we talk about electrification, of course, everybody knows about two kinds of electrification, and one is like basically automotive electronics. And if you see already how many electronics components are there, and as of now, as we speak, in the advanced cars, already 30 to 32% cost of the car is electronics. And as we go further, by 2030, 50% of the cost of the car will be electronics. And then, of course, we heard a lot from Tom about electric vehicle, and I will not focus much on that. But just a glimpse, and Bhargav said that today's youth is driving the technology, and they want all the technology gizmos, of course, for safety reasons, but today the value addition in all the car is coming from electronics and mechatronics. And again, I'm not going to a lot of physics level details which is available, whether it is chip package design, antenna design, sensors, MEMS, power management. In battery, the power is very, very important. Designing into harsh condition embedded software and virtual prototyping. For all these kind of, whether it is electric vehicle or all the automotive electronics, simulation plays a very, very important role. And I'll just give you one example, again, example from Volvo truck. This is a full EMC test. So for an entire, and basically if you want to do it physically, it's very, very expensive test, but all these kind of tests can be done and simulated in ANSYS. There is another example of, electronics again playing an important role. And if you want to keep a GPS device or a device which our Allianz Fred said, what is the best position to keep all this electronics and GPS devices within the car? Because as you enter in the car, in the future cars, more and more GPS and sensors will be there. So positioning EMI becomes very, very important. So the positioning, it becomes very, very important. In the first situation, it is a position in the center. The second one, it is little on the left side of the center, and kind of on the third case, it is on the extreme left on the screen over here. And again, this is what the transient analysis we can do, because if there is too much of electronics, it's very important that not only for human because of the various radiation, but there is, as people, electronic expert will know, that there is a EMI-MC issue. So again, this is an example of what goes behind when too much of electronics comes into play. Yeah? And of course, I just want to put about, Bhargav did said about electric vehicle, and we heard some example that 1 in 3 cars in some of these countries in Europe is already electric. And the most important part of the electric vehicle is the battery. And I think more and more research is happening on that area. And basically, it is end of basically they say it is logistically not possible with the current electric vehicle. After a few 100 kilometers, you have to keep charging. So I think the battery pack life is the most important thing, most expensive thing. And basically the life of battery, as we all know, depends on the thermal management or heat. So again, the simulation plays a very, very important role. And imagine, even if you cut down, we have lot of several examples cutting down the thermal management or heat management of battery from the ratio of 10 to 20 to 30%. So imagine what impact it has commercially and for the life of the battery. Yeah? So this is again, this cannot be done without simulation. Yeah? So this is very, and I did not touch upon the other important pieces because again there also for other components, axle or engine and whatever, even the kind of the contour of the car and the speed and all, aerodynamics, everything, the physics and simulation is involved. I'm now going into directly into digitalization, and again, this is a little heavy slide, but what everybody wants to know, and all the OEMs suddenly are concerned that rather than me in control of the car, now there are so many other players who are taking control. So whether it is the ride-hailing people or ride-sharing people or the software on analytics people or IoT people or all these autonomous technologies. So, you know, it is very, very important, and it is a little bit threatening for all the established car companies, and they're thinking ahead, you know, what do we do, how do we partner, what. So the reason why I have put this slide again, and some of the concepts which you have not heard, but because we are working with Teslas and Googles and all the top companies, we know some of the things which will play an important role, which may be discussed a little later today or maybe in coming years, is mobility as a service is becoming already important. I think when I was buying my new car, you know, there was a debate between my son and me. He wanted a new car, and I said, no, do we need a car? You know, tomorrow people will not own a car. And actually, I worked out a agreement with BMW for a new model in such a way that I can go back and get back most of the cost of my car, and you know, I don't have to go and go for selling for the car because I don't know what will be the value of the car after few years. Then you know, mobility will become a service and nobody will own the car. So I think these are the pressure and challenges which the automotive companies are thinking and talking about. So in this, I skipped some slide. I've cut some slide because I wanted to come to the main point. Mobility as a service will become very important. What it means, and there is a very, very extensive report by McKinsey, and in all this situation, the customer will become more powerful. And whether it is, you know, the accidents or his choice or safety and everything, he will drive things a lot. So a lot of control will go to the customer. And in this situation, a concept which is already a company like GE or some of the advanced aerospace companies are already working on is the vehicle health management. And vehicle health management is not possible unless and until you have the digital twin. Okay, remember this concept, digital twin. Digital twin is nothing but basically just visualize that you have a physical car, and Volvo car which we just saw, there is exact replica of one-to-one replica of each car which is there on the road at the system level or the back-end level. Okay, so basically the car is basically communicating through the cloud, and a lot of big data analytics is playing a role, and back-end there is a digital twin of that car. So basically, and basically for whether it is an engine or each of the component, and I'm not going into a lot of details. There's a video, very beautiful video about this live concept also. So basically there will be a digital twin. What is happening today is, you know, whatever we saw today, whether it is Allianz presentation or whatever we saw with some other companies, and what we knowing is, okay, you know, you can prediction why something has gone wrong is still difficult to analyze. And what is the solution, what is the back-end solution we can take will become more important. It is not knowing that after so many thousands of miles something will break down. But sometimes in different conditions, because a Volvo car which is running in Sweden and which is running on an Indian road will have a different condition. So you can't predict that after so many kilometers it'll behave. So there is this concept of digital twin will come in role, where why something has gone wrong, because you're exactly in the situation, the model, you realize what is happening in the car, and you kind of from there quickly do some quick test and kind of through cloud give back and give the immediate operations to the maybe you know, the car OEMs or the driver himself, or if it is driverless car, the system will automatically kind of rectify itself and fix itself. So that becomes a very, very important role. So just remember, the vehicle health management and the concept of the digital twin will become very, very important in coming years. And that is, again, is not possible without simulation. Yeah. So I'll just kind of sum it up, just play the video. Just basically what I just want to emphasize, when you think about a car in the back end, not the front end, whether it is the chip in the car to entire vehicle aerodynamics or all the analysis, simulation plays a very, very important role. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sumani, for your presentation, and I would like to request Danish from ETH to please present the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to be moving actually in a proper break, but just 5 minutes we are opening for tea. You may collect your teacups, join us back, and we are going to be starting with the next session. That's going to be panel discussion. We're actually running late, so we won't keep in time. The tea is open now, so please join us with your tea and coffee back at your respective seats as soon as possible so that we can start with the session. Next is going to be a panel discussion which we look into the digitalization of the automobile industry. And just once again reminding you of the very interesting session, the fire chat, the conversation which we are going to be with the design gurus, Mr. Dilip Chabria and Mr. Akshay Vadde, joining us post-lunch. Shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to be distributing the feedback form. You are requested to kindly extend your feeds. Meanwhile, you can continue to tweet on the Twitter handle.
I was introduced to the Bajaj. Smart. Plug and
We once again express our heartfelt thanks to our partners for the support which they have extended towards organizing DriveTech 4.0, thanking our title partner Bajaj Alliance. This is co-powered by Total and Rocket Batteries. In fact, there is a demonstration outside. There's a kiosk of Total outside. You're requested also to kindly pay a visit during your break hours. Technology partners thanking ANSYS, media partners Top Gears and Mechanist. Thanks to our live webcast partner 24 Frames Digital. And all this, any information, any feedback which you want to extend, anything which you want to tweet, kindly feel free to use our Twitter handle, hashtag ET Summit. We're also going to be just circulating also the feedback form. You're requested to kindly fill in the feedback form also and kindly extend your feeds and bites on that.
It's not a question of language. In fact,
It's not a question at all. Energy has to be there.
safer, cheaper, more efficient,
More innovative.
more accessible.
It's our responsibility.
Can I just once again request all the participants to kindly take your seats, kindly be seated please. Just a request once again to all the people who are in the tea area, in the pre-function area, may I request you to please be seated. So thank you to all the people who have joined. People who are still standing, just once again a request, kindly be seated. Otherwise, this is going to be having a cascading effect. We're going to be having a late lunch also. I'm sure you're not wanting a late lunch. So this is a session where, again, we look more into the future of the automobile industry, the new era as we have entered in terms of digitalization. So talking about the digitalization of the automotive industry with our panelists, I would like to first invite our first panelist, Mr. S. Balachandran, the Vice President Marketing of WAPCO, who are leaders in vehicle control systems worldwide with headquarters in Brussels. And Mr. Balachandran has in fact also been promoting vehicle and road safety, and he represents the component manufacturers in the Central Motor Vehicles Act Committee through ACMA in the Ministry of Surface Transport, Delhi. Welcome to you, sir. Inviting our next panelist, Mr. M. Selva Ratnam, the Managing Director of SAF Holland India. SAF Holland is a leading global commercial vehicle supplier and the largest independent listed manufacturer of chassis-related systems. And Mr. Selva Ratnam currently serves the Managing Director of SAF Holland India, taking care of the bus and truck air suspension products, trailer products, and aftermarket products. He has more than 30 years of rich industrial experience and exposure in maintenance, operations, projects, TPM, sales, and marketing functions. Our next panelist, Mr. Sarthak Paul, the CEO of MMM. The man who is behind against the revolutionary idea, India's first high-powered electric car. He's going to be speaking to us later also, but welcome to him here in this panel discussion. And now inviting the moderator of the session, Ms. Rachana Nath, partner with the management consulting function at KPMG in India, where she leads the digital consulting services practice, having more than 21 years of experience across strategy, digital, and technology. So I hand over to Ms. Rachana for the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you've had your tea and ready for lunch. I really need to go back to my Vastu and try to find out why do I get a session before lunch always. So I'm sure we all are hungry. We'll rush through that. But thanks to the panelists and thanks to all of you, for being here. It's always such an interesting discussion. And what I will do is I'll probably start with two ends of the spectrum. Somebody like SAP Holding or WAPCO, vis-a-vis, it's quite a tongue twister, right? Metal, MMM. So we'll call it MMM out here. So on one side, while we were talking autonomous vehicle out here, and all of us might think, and this is something that I keep telling a lot, we all think that digital is happening outside. It's happening, outside India per se. But the more that you get into the startup system out here, you realize that it's very much happening in our own backyard. So let me start with you, Sarthak. Tell us a little bit about, what you're doing, because that's quite interesting. And, what really got you into that?
All right. So, we started out, we wanted the ecosystem to change. We knew the future was hybrid and electric. And it was very simple. We wanted to have the first bite of the pie. So we started making electric cars, performance electric cars, a very different business model, a very similar business model to what Tesla has been doing. Start off with a luxury car and then move on to mass cars. And I think the topic for today in this panel is digitalization, which I think is very crucial to reduce costs. To integrate differentiator technologies, and that is what we have been doing. We were also successful in making our autonomous tech and testing it on the Mahindra Reva, and I think that is what we've been doing, and by 2018 our prototype will be out in collaboration with the Kazari Group in Italy.
Excellent. And, what really got you into it? I mean, we've discussed a lot on autonomous vehicle, its utility in India. And, was it something that you just said is the future and jumped into it without thinking, what?
No. So it started out with a very boyish passion of around 10 guys trying to make their own vehicle, their own supercar, their own performance car. But then it turned out to be a realization that we are becoming problem solvers. So, and, the thing about autonomous is we all talk about autonomous tech as per se just driverless cars, but you can use a lot of semi-autonomous modules like collision avoidance, drive assist, etc., etc. So there are a lot of things to do with autonomous, and I think today all our visions are aligned in this meet, and we will get to know more about it.
So I'll just take a poll from the people sitting in on this room. How many of you thought autonomous was happening in India? Yeah, good. So we'll come to you and we'll love to, hear a bit more about your own experiences out here. But Selva, moving on to you, SAP Holding been there for generations now.
Yeah.
Very young in India, 2.5 years is what you have been here. You were telling me yesterday about a very interesting meeting that you've had in China and how, the outlook of SAP Holding and, We've talked a lot about automotive, but clearly you and Bala are part of the ecosystem, that creates what the vehicles are talking about today, or the OEMs are talking about today. Tell us how has it changed for you? I mean, how important is digital for a company like yours? Talk a little bit about scaffolding. I'm sure most of them would know what scaffolding does, but...
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's Holland. It's a company. We are into heavy vehicle applications. We make suspensions. We are experts in bus and truck suspension. We are also into axles manufacturing, trailer, mostly red axles, fifth wheel and landing gears. We are there for more than 90 years old. It's a German-American company, and we are leaders in certain areas. We make our parts in every part of the world. But we are quite new to India, though we were as a joint venture for 10 years. We are our own for the past 2.5 years. Right now we are assembling some parts for air suspension, going into for vehicles like Isuzu, Volvo. Our customers are Volvo, Isuzu, and also working with Eicher, and will be working with major OEMs. Coming to the topic of today, digitization of India, we have taken it seriously. So I would say rather India has taken it, we have our company. We have been talking for 4 years, but we started talking last year only. So we have formed a team, 8-member team globally to take care of our digital requirement, mostly into e-mobility. We are going to concentrate on e-mobility, and this is going more of a service. Though OEMs are now concentrating on e-platform. Our focus primarily will be on service part. Okay, we have our own application wherein we get quick calls and sometimes everything will be very quicker. But to start with, we are now focusing on internally to make our inventories very less, and data transformation from country to country easy, and understanding the development within the country quickly. This is what we are now using for digitalization. It's happening very fast, and we are working with very big OEMs across the world who are really looking at driverless trucks in future. As Volvo, he has in video he has demonstrated many things. It is also happening in truck industry. Maybe we will follow this suit. That he talked about car to infrastructure, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to vehicle, and vehicle to fleet operator. There are so many things which is also going to happen in the truck industry down the line, which will be taken seriously. But there are two major global trends which will transform the truck industry. One is the regulators like emission control and all these things. These are demanding more. So digitalization is going to play a role on assuring and having efficient vehicles, all those things. The second one is social and cultural changes. The markets are very high. So everyone wants to save. So digitalization is going to help us to provide everything across the globe. That's the second thing. And a lot of things will get transformed. There are many stakeholders which will get transformed because of digital. Second, OEMs, logistics companies, warehouse, local delivery. If you look in seriously, there will be a possibility of logistics companies disappearing because the OEMs themselves will have the digital platform to connect it with you. So there is a possibility of them disappearing. There are 6 technological advancements we are looking at, and it was done by very detailed by Volvo. Certain things we are also looking above what we have talked, that is integrated supply chain and also the automated freight matching. Automated freight matching is the truck will speak with the warehouse and make the next vehicle ready. So many things are going to happen, but it's not happening quickly the way we wanted because of the cost involved. So we can look for very, very challenging digitalization.
Sure, that's interesting. And just taking a cue from, and this is often a debate that I have, and since it's in the public domain, I talk about it very often. So when BMW and Apple were talking about, the experience within the car, being the Apple experience, after some time that entire conversation fell through. And guess why it did? Any guesses out here, people who might be familiar with this? So it fell through because they were not sure who would own the customer experience. right? And there is this entire conversation which happens around the IP, developing the IP, and who owns the IP, and possibly in the future, as we talk about, companies emerging into software or digital companies out there, IPs will become very important. So I think Bala, taking that cue from you, Selva and Bala, talk a bit about WAPCO, what WAPCO does, but I'm very keen to be able to understand that you form a very critical part of a OEM ecosystem. So when we start talking about, IPs coming up in digital, how keen are you seeing them, get that from you? How you embedding it into your product? And how is it getting, what are the key, the USPs that, become important for an OEM to buy from a company like yours? So what is differentiating?
Thank you, Krishna. And it is very apt to question you. First of all, to brief about our company, earlier it was called Sundaram Clayton, part of TVS Group, and then WAPCO was a technology partner, and that WAPCO and TVS actually separated some 6 years back. It's a friendly demerger, and at that point of time, the demerger basically occurred on the technology front. The emerging technology, whether the Indian supplier can be able to cope with the developments taking place, the investment needed for these developments. That is the first part of this one. In spite of it, the Sundaram Clayton really forecast the future, and we set up the first ABS test track in Asia, way back in '97. Otherwise, ABS would not have come into India. Coming to the system as a product, as you well put it, it's a very critical product for any OEM brakes. If the vehicle does not start, it is a breakdown. The vehicle did not stop, it is a potential accident. So brake is very important that way. So we are supplying these brakes for the Indian automotive industry with our own product, with our own technology and design. When the WAPCO came in, and it is a 3-generation old braking system, it's now taking it forward. And the first step, a major breakthrough happening in the Indian auto industry, especially the braking technology, is adoption of ABS. After 10 years of long wait, ABS has been mandated in the M3 and the N3. That means the heavy commercial vehicles above 5 tons, buses, and then trucks above 12 tons. That came into being from 2015, it has come in. So that has set a way for all this digitalization. The digitalization, for what purpose we are doing, and it is also another question you may be posing is, by doing all these things, are we loading the vehicle, making it out of reach of the common man, and also making the operator losing money? This will be another question will be posed. So the digitalization should be able to help the operator, owner to make money. That's the main thing. Now, what we are now trying to do, as Mr. Bhargava told, what is being done, legislation, what it is being in the field, what is reality in the field, there is a big gap. Yes. How we are going to fill it? Unless the owner or the, I'm mostly focusing on my commercial vehicle area, because whatever comes in the light vehicles, cars, it is adopted later on the technology. So unless the operator feels the importance, and that is going to give him some money, he will not buy this one car. Today, many of the operators, take the lorry operators, it is used as a mobile godown by many of these, their customers. They use it as a mobile warehouse, and they have to wait a lot long hours, and it is not on time. But a lot of problems they are facing. So in this case also, if you look at the total cost of a vehicle, first comes the fuel, second comes the tire, third comes the driver. So how we are going to help through the digitalization in all these areas where the person can be able to save money. Every year the cost of product is going up, fuel is going up, tire is going up, driver wages is going up. So freight rate is more or less flat. Even the operator has to go and beg for this increase in the freight rate. So that way, how we are going to reduce the waste and also increase the productivity by these methods of digitalization. This is what our main area of focus. That way, what we have done is, now whatever system we are bringing in, and that is made much easier through the digitalization for the owner to feel the importance and also get the benefit. That's what we do, especially in the case of ABS. Now, what the ABS does is for normal braking, it can able to, one is, avoiding accidents. Number two, saving the tire life, increasing the tire life. And also in many cases, even certain components, that's all. Then we are moving into other products like EBS, electronic braking system, which increases the efficiency of the brake, especially reducing the stopping time. And also it has got the other things like road stability control. All these things are there. But normally there is a fatalistic mentality with our Indian side. They say if accident will happen, it is, its story is like that. With that, we put it and then prove to the people how this can be able to save and also demonstrate. And also we are involving the people like RTOs, MEAs, motor inspectors. We have a regular meeting with them to educate them, give the latest, what the technology, how this should improve it, so that they come and check the handbrake, they come and check the ABS, so that simultaneously legislation and also execution takes place. These are all the things. And down the line, whatever the products we bring in, like automatic manual transmission, EBS, then electronic stability control, VTS, vehicle tracking system, all these things we keep the customer inside, in our mind, and then design the system. And also we exhibit these things to these people. That's how we succeed in bringing the product, making the product relevant for the operation. This is how we are trying to do it.
No, it's interesting because everybody is developing their own platform, how all of these platforms, will come together. And actually, one of the things that I really wanted to talk about was actually autonomous, vehicles out here. And we've had a lot of conversation around that. I have my own take as far as autonomous vehicle is concerned, but just a little bit of a poll out here. How many of you think that whatever we talked about, and whether it's a driverless car or the underlying technology, think that it's already happening in India? Are you seeing, autonomous vehicles, anti-collision systems, all of this happening in India? Or you think that is futuristic? Can we just have a mic with that gentleman, please? And while the mic goes out there, I have an opportunity to work with a number of transportation logistics companies. Anybody from that particular industry out here? They actually take me to their warehouses and tell me that right now you can see so many of these, vehicles parked out here. They're not parked because I don't have work. They're parked because I don't have a driver. So while we talk about unemployment, and the driver, the biggest issue that transportation logistics today has drivers. Drivers are not getting women to get married to. They just don't want to get into that particular profession. So when we talk about driverless vehicle, there are a lot more issues than just unemployment. Sorry.
Yeah. I think three of the IITs, IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur, and IIT Bombay, they have projects going on in their campuses, and they are fairly aggressively trying to pursue that. I think that's what I thought would be input I should give.
Okay, I would like to.
I think I have a different point of view. The problems in India are basically around the exceptions, and it's a place where exceptions are too many and too high. So unless until this industry comes out and say how exactly the GPS would work, the internet would work or not, how is the battery technology improving, because I'm not seeing any kind of development in those sectors, I think there would be too many constraints. And if you just look towards the constraints, you won't be able to answer it in another 20 years, because I don't see capex going on towards that line. I had an interesting discussion with many of the automobile company officials, and they say that yes, battery technology is going to be an issue, because I don't see even my Apple phone's battery working very well. So how would those constraints are going to be added? Because as a consumer, I feel that the confidence in me is not working, and therefore the adoption rate would go down. So while the engineering class would understand that yes, this will work, but as a consumer, it doesn't go inside my mind.
That's a very, very interesting point, because as you develop all of these autonomous components, how is the ecosystem developing to be able to support something like battery? And I was with a battery manufacturer yesterday, and we were talking about having IoT in the battery to be able to monitor that. But then I don't know how many of you have actually seen that joke which says, oh, I am Facebook, I'm WhatsApp, and then the final thing is, oh, shut up, I'm actually the electric, connection. So nothing works without that. But yeah, great point. But you were saying something, Selva.
Coming to the autonomous driving, I would see there is a future. See, the drivers, there is an issue with the drivers, not having drivers for the tracks and everything. In India, still it is looked upon as a mean job. People are not willing to take, as you mentioned, there are no girls available for getting married. Okay. See, autonomous means a lot of sensors and screens. Life already is a lot of sensors and screens. There are going to be a lot of opportunities for making all these things. So all these drivers who are looking now at a mean job may get to that kind of job. That's how it is going to force us. The society or our culture itself is going to force us to go for autonomy. That's what. But cars is totally different. Okay, it is more of safety than, but here is more of a requirement. Necessity is going to be a necessity. In car, you see that, okay, what is the experience you have, it's our high-end thing. But in low-end thing also it's happening because it's out of compulsion. Over a period, if you don't get people, where will you go? Goods have to be transported. The infrastructure in place, the country is growing, consumers are growing, so much happening here, and technology is also exposed in many ways. So all put together, I think there is a scope for autonomous vehicles in future.
Ma'am, I've got a point to add here. Normally, I used to feel the position I am holding is because of the drivers. I worked with state transport for 10 years. I had attended near about some 300 accidents, out of them 60 are fatal. And I've seen the pity of a driver. Now, if you and I make some mistake and we say sorry, the driver makes some mistake of not applying the brake, he's not able to say sorry because he may not be there. Okay, that is number one. Apart from this, he has to run for his life if there is an incident. The way the public move with the driver is so harsh. Even a cyclist is being hit, immediately whole village comes and meets him. So that way he has to run for his life. And also if you look at various forum I handle, when I ask the people in the forum, how many of you want your son to be a driver? There will be no hands will be raised. How many of you want your son to be a pilot? All of them, most of them. How many of them want to be a ship captain? Half of them. All the three are doing only same service, moving one place to another, men and material. But the way the Indian driver is being treated, and also the minister, our state minister accepts 30% of the drivers are not having license. The way they are being, and also another thing, they are the unsung heroes and inevitable villains. In both, they have got a double acting picture. And in many cases, the drivers has to fight their own case in the court case. None of them comes for his help. That's why it is one of the profession by default. So that way, today if somebody is selling a truck, the OEM being asked, can you able to give 2 drivers for this one? That is the demand today. So that way, autonomous driving for car or not, if somebody is giving a driver with the vehicle, good driver, he can able to save as much as 30% the total cost. The same driver can able to be a pilferer and he can able to ruin the company. So all the more it is important for us to make the system more and more helpful for the operator through the driver and also driver to be safe in the systems. So that ultimately the auto industry, the transport industry is more profitable and also survive in this situation.
It was a very interesting point again because, I work a lot with consumer companies as well, and one of the things that they are actually doing is actually dealer succession planning now. Because even a dealer and distributors, children don't want to be a dealer or a distributor. Coming to you, Sarthak, out here, when you started building a concept like this, and we've heard a lot about electric cars being owned by the rich, an autonomous car that you are building, what's your target audience? I mean, and what's your USP to that, and how do you see it happen in India, building that ecosystem to be able to support an autonomous car?
So before coming to this question, the gentleman said about about technology and how we can mainstream it. Autonomous is just a word which says, okay, it will work automatically, but the main technology behind that is machine learning and deep learning. So this particular technology is open source. Even college kids, like Sir said, IITs have been making it, MIT Manipal has been making it, so there are 4 colleges have made it. And not that expensive to do. So as it goes, as it starts from the foundation itself of technological universities trying to make it, that is where it becomes really open to everyone. And I think that is the foundation that needs to be made really strong to make it really acceptable to people. There was a time, I think, when someone like Mr. Chetan Maini, Pratap Jairam, these guys were trying to make the Twizy, the G-Wiz. Now it's known as Reva. At that time it was known as the G-Wiz. So I don't think people looked at them at the same, way now, how they look at them right now. Now Tesla is doing pretty well. And, so is, now people know about Reva. So it's the same thing. When the foundation is really good, the same with the United States. There was Nissan Leaf and the Chevrolet Bolt. But when Tesla, came out with a premium car, giving all the technologies, giving you a reason to buy a car, it became mainstream. And now people are, I think more than 400,000 bookings of the Model 3 has been done. So I think that is what we need to do with autonomous, because autonomous is just a word. We can take out a lot of technologies of autonomous and make our, the movement, the transportation much easier.
Yeah, you're actually talking about putting the cart in front of the horse, because you're saying that we just put this in the market and the ecosystem will happen.
No, also, about the development of ecosystem, you're asking about how do you think the ecosystem will frame according to it. So now coming to the ecosystem, it's already shifting. A company like Volvo is already shifting to autonomous vehicles. They're already making prototypes. They are, testing it out. All the car companies, Mercedes doing it, they're showing it concepts, etc. So the ecosystem has already accepted it. It's just that it needs to be laid down properly now in a very mass scale.
Sure. Let me just get to another, and I would love anybody from the audience to, talk about it as well. Is a lot of time when we go to our clients, and especially in this particular industry, there's a huge pressure on, numbers, the margins out here. And a huge pressure hence on the OEM also to be able to bring the cost down. So one of my questions always is that while we talk about, this technology, while we talk about these costs per se, how many of you think that this is something that is easy to fit into your, vehicles out here? So if we're talking autonomous out here, we're talking about anti-collision, which is part of that entire ecosystem per se. How many of you think it's a fad, you really don't need it, and it just unnecessarily drives the cost up and not a conversation that you can have with your consumer? I mean, is there a pressure on the margin, on the numbers, which will drive this kind of a conversation? Sorry, but yeah. Can you just give it to that gentleman, please? And while we put that mic to, I was just reminded of a joke somebody said on the electric cars very long back. They said, sir, अपने लड़की को दे दीजिए 30 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा तो चलेगी नहीं, 15 जाएगी, 15 वापस आएगी. So you can keep a good control, and that time you did not have the GPS systems out here. So that's another benefit that people think of. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. Definitely India is a very, very cost sensitive market and there are always very cost pressures. So cost is important. But on the other hand, features and technology is also important. We have to have that things. So what my advice and what we always request the people is that we cannot simply copy and paste the technologies. Technologies are available, but we have to have the Indian specific solutions. And people who have been successful and things are being done. So in every technology, there is a possibility, maybe if any technology is giving 10 features, maybe all the 10 features are not relevant. Maybe out of that we can cut down some features also so that the real necessity of the features can be given. So we all have to find out the real, we need technology, there is no doubt about it, whether there is a pressure on the cost, but cost pressure will always remain because customer has to feel the value of that feature. The value customer should feel more than what it actually costs. Then only any feature, any technology is useful. Yeah, plus we have to keep on educating also the customer, like in the ABS case, Vajendra has rightly said, we have been educating the customer also in a big way for the use of the ABS and all that. Similarly, airbag. There are vehicles which are available ABS, ESP for a long time, but customers are not buying it, even if it is 6,000 rupees costlier. The ABS cost has come down drastically from the where it was. So it has come down drastically, but still customer doesn't appreciate that kind of a value because safety is still not being perceived that a very high value in Indian context. So we have to look into all those things and have to find out the solutions.
No, it's a very important point because, education of the customer is very important. And I own one of the, let's say one of the cars, high-end cars, and I shifted cities. And when I called somebody up here from a servicing perspective, I got a bill of 1.25 lakh, for servicing. And when I asked why, they said, look, these components not working, that component working. You've not done your first service and second service, this is your third service. And for me, it took me some time, to understand if I haven't done first and second, how do I arrive at the third? Though I got what she was saying, and I had actually done the first and the second one, they didn't have records to show it out there. So a lot of complication, you're talking, very good point in terms of while you're building all of this, why somebody needs to adopt it, education is actually very important. This brings me to a very conversation that Selva, you and I had yesterday on the cost structure.
Yeah.
And you were trying to, tell me how actually the cost structure supports adoption.
Yeah.
I would love to hear that.
Yeah, I have some numbers done by some companies, consultancy. The present cost structure, if you look at fleet operator, the fixed costs are 20%, variable are 56%, and the driver around 38%. Looking at all this digitization means taking care of the maintenance at regular intervals with data input and educating the drivers. So much happening in the infrastructure. We are looking at reduction of 5% by 2020 and 2025 15% by 2020 30%. A huge reduction they are looking at. So definitely this is going to attract people to go through all this autonomous driving or whatever we are calling. The numbers are in front of us. This is all projection. If not 28, if we achieve 20, it's a big number, if you say. So people look at always numbers. So in this industry, I think these are all going to come first with new numbers and new experience. So definitely these numbers are going to support what we are talking about.
Sure. Bala, you were also talking about ROI, possibly lovely to hear, when you go to a client and try to explain, and I'm not talking about the consumer, that communication has to happen,
That's right.
but how are you looking at that?
That's right. Especially in the trucking industry, the cost is, as Selva put it, so critical, because of the dwindling freight rates. So they are so particular about it. Whenever you are making any component, first of all, before introducing, you must be able to demonstrate to the key customers. That's very essential. For example, Total is one of the sponsors in this area. Total Gas had some problem, like rollovers. Then we suggested to go for electronic stability control for their trailers. And after fitting it, to our surprise also, one is for 2,000 kilometers of operation, a number of times ABS came in for this, which can be, which is logged down, and now it is with the systems available, it can be real time, it can be captured. And 3 times there was a rollover tendency. Over and above, the very, very interesting point is, for the 2,000 kilometer stretch, 30 kilometer diesel reduction was there. So it's a fantastic thing, immediately, otherwise they would have got a lot of problem for introducing this one. Now they are going for complete all their truck, trailers, they are now going in for a ESC combination for their trailers. So that way, whichever technology we are bringing in, and also they want a total thing to be linked to their control, which, in this case, they are able to see the drivers micro sleep while they are driving. It is captured, and then they call the nearest the help station, told the driver to stop and take a rest. So likewise, anything which we are bringing in, if we are bringing, as somebody put it very clearly, one of our participants put it, it must be India specific, and India, that should help the operators. So that is number one. So second, we are having certain things like electronic air suspension. By putting the electronic air suspension, to our surprise, we found out one is first and foremost, apart from comfort for the operator, the diesel is coming down, fuel consumption is coming down. Much more is the tire life is going up. And another biggest thing for the government is when you compare a air suspension and a spring suspension, the spring suspension damages the road 8 times more than air suspension. So many of the Western countries are going for air suspension simply because it is saving the road. So likewise, And also nowadays the advantage with all this electronics is you are able to monitor it very easily. Next is like vehicle tracking system. One is GPS, but today many of the operators' problem is stealing the diesel and also taking load without his knowledge and then not giving the money to back to the operator. So these things can also be monitored, and they can able to correct the situation, correct the driver. And another biggest problem happening is the reefer trucks. They have to maintain minus 18 degrees. In some cases, the drivers are switching off the reefer truck AC, which they are carrying proteins, which should be like meat and other things, and they save diesel. Whereas the internal temperature has to be minus 18, which through this advanced technologies you can able to see what is the temperature in the reefer compartment, so that it can be monitored. And one is the product getting spoiled. So for we are keeping, apart from safety is one thing, apart from that we always keep the operator in mind so that we can able to give him the maximum, so that nobody is advertising for alcohol, nobody is advertising for smoke, but still every year it is growing. Because it's negative part of it, don't take me wrong. So that way it has to give a very specific measurable advantage for the people. And whatever products we are bringing in, we see that within 1 year it pays back. Whether it is a automated manual transmission, electronic controlled air suspension, VTS, electronic stability control, all these things are all, what additional costs should be recovered in a short point of time, then only it is.
You told me very interesting 2 incidences on the terrorist
Yes.
attack. I would love
Yes.
to talk about
There
that.
are, you may be having your trucks. All of you will be having a truck. Please go and ask for any contractor truck or your own truck whether handbrake system is working. Your parking brake is working in a heavy commercial vehicle. I bet near about 70% of the vehicles there is no parking brake. The parking brake, in case of a total brake failure, it can be used apart from using it as a parking brake. If the driver is driving, the compressor failed, there is no air in the system, total brake failure. At that time, by flick of a valve, handbrake valve, vehicle can be stopped. This is one use. Another use is, suppose if it is put on the parking brake and the vehicle air pressure drops, nobody can move the vehicle. Overnight parking, people are parking it in an open yard. In many cases, there may not be a key. Anybody can able to push start and take the vehicle if it is not in the parking brake. If it is in the parking brake, the vehicle has to be started, and then only it can able to move. This system is disconnected. Today, 70% of the thing, if a vehicle is in a hilly area, if it is upgradient, if the choke is removed, automatically it comes down and then hits some object. The handbrake is there, it is avoided. This is what I'm talking a basic system. Madam Rachna has talked about the terrorist act. Recently in Europe, 2 terrorist acts happened. They were driving the truck, plowing the people, killing. 2 incidents. One is in Nice in France. Another, if I'm right, it is in Germany. The first incident, the fellow was going on and on for about 1.5 kilometers, something like that, killing 100 people, some plus. And he has to be ultimately stopped by shooting. Whereas the other truck has moved only hardly some 100 meters, it was stopped. The reason is, first truck is the older version. Second truck was having autonomous emergency braking. As soon as it hit that object, the brake is applied and it stopped. So people always make fun. You are having all fun as no use. Even for parking brake also the same thing. A driver is driving, simple parking brake with a 60 passenger. The brake fails. Everybody says you can put it on gear, nothing will work. I still hold my heavy license, still I drive. Nobody can be able to raise the engine, put it. Our engines are not that highly capable of high revolution engines. It will not go into lower gear. Whereas today, we are allowing the drivers, forcing the drivers to take the vehicle without parking brake because of maintenance. Autonomous emergency braking I talked about. Even many of the accidents, I tell you today, pitiable thing is 80% of the accidents are, as per MOSRT record, 80% of the accidents are happened by drivers. They say reason for accident, 80% drivers. The poor driver, unsung hero, he slogs on the vehicle for 24 hours, he gets a bad name. For whatever reason, driver is the reason, it is the IPC 279, 336, 337, 338, ultimate one is 304A fatal accident. And the minimum is 250 rupees fine to, now it is going to be 2 years imprisonment, the new rule, okay, otherwise 6 months. For no reason, no fault of his, my telling is it's not driver's fault, it is driver going out of control of the, it is going out of his control, vehicle going out of his control is the reason. It may be various reasons. Now, all of you are engineers here, advanced people, in technology, you can assist the driver to control the vehicle in that way. That is what is needed now. What is given for a pilot? Since I worked in Indian Airlines also, I know the number of controls and the interlock mechanism. Whereas for our driver, every inch he is exploring and driving. To put it simply, have these systems and please make the driver aware of the system. He can able to save our life, not only his life. So that way, this is what I thought of sharing with you. There are many more things that are happening. One incident, a driver is plowing 3 cars, killing, with a 60 kilometer speed. He was meddling with his, music system without noting. It happened in US, and then it has just plowed 3 cars, and 3 children, 1 adult is killed. Suppose if it is having autonomous emergency braking, it would have cautioned, it would have stopped the vehicle. This thing happens in many areas. These are the things where we can able to put the technology to the use of the public as well as for the driver.
Since I wanted the audience to ask a few questions and we have exactly 12 minutes left now. A last question to possibly Selva, you and Sarthak. Tell me the future of aftermarket. If 40 to 50% is actually software and digital in a car, what is the future of aftermarket? And we'd lovely to hear from you, Sarthak, because you're an entrepreneur, you're starting something, you're going to sell 2-door sports car to start off with. What is the future of aftermarket?
Now, we're talking about digitalization, so it's actually a very important part of our business plan as well. The first thing is, we'll be using our own M-log systems, which basically will be, reducing the costs for after sales for us. Now, how do we do that? Because, we'll have a cloud-based system, so we know about V2C communications, vehicle-to-cloud communications. All the vital stats of the car will be stored, in the cloud, and instead of making hundreds of service stations of our own, we'll be partnering with service stations, and we'll be just investing in human resource. Not in heavy equipment, etc. These human resources will also have access to those, to the cloud. And as you said, you didn't know that you had missed 2 of your, services. But in this case, my engineers already know that, there's something wrong in the car, it needs to be serviced. You'll get a call, they'll pick your car up, service it in the nearest station. It's like an Uber for service stations. So service it, give it to you back. So that way, you have your satisfaction. We don't need to build hundreds of service stations, so saving costs. So I think that is the major player in digitalization, and there are so many things that the whole digital thing can really improve the automotive sector in. So that is my take on.
Very interesting. What about you?
Being a manufacturer, we see a lot of reduction in inventory. Since maintenance is going to be preventive, the data tell you what to do on time. There is going to be less number of parts to be kept in the warehouses. Earlier, we used to keep everything. People do not know what to change, when to change. So every warehouse will keep a lot of stuff. Now, since everything is done on a periodical way, we know which one is going more, which one is not going more. And the second thing is education of the autonomous. Autonomous doesn't mean we don't have a driver. Maybe somebody will be there who can, the data about troubleshooting, immediately replace if he is skilled. So skilling is also going to happen because of the autonomous driver. So a lot of people were skilled because of the education they are getting directly from screens. That's one thing we see happening. And the delivery of that time is delivery time is being reduced. Since the data is available in the cloud or wherever is possible. So, by example, I can say in US, 1,500 kilometers away from one place to move a part now takes 4 to 5 hours. Now India it's 6-7 hours because of not availability of data or other things are low. Since everything is going to be connected, that will also happen soon. So, going to be a lot of reduction in terms of inventory.
It's again this industry itself where I work. I thoroughly enjoy what I do. is it's interesting to see, and we had a presentation by the insurance company as well. So are we seeing no insurance in the car sector in the near future is what we're talking about, because if everything works to perfection, we won't even need insurance to work. And there was a very interesting thing that Satya Nadella said when he was very recently in India. He said that while we are talking about digitalization, that without reskilling and creating new skills is actually not going to be helpful. So I think that's something that we need to talk about. And one thing that I always talk about is culture. This changes the culture of a company a lot. Because elephants don't move, and if you really need to move organization, and I'm talking about my own organization out here, there's a lot more which needs to be done from a cultural perspective. We have exactly 8 minutes left, and it would be lovely to see if few of you have questions or comments out here, want to add on to any of the discussions that we have.
So, my name is Sanjay and I'm from JCB. And you talked about the technology, we talked about the investment, and there were certain comments that at what cost the technology should be offered. Is there a value proposition or not? So, few comments from my side. I think in India, technology is must. When we have many more challenges, we have mess around, whether we talk about the traffic or the people management. So technology is must. Technology is only the way which can help to streamline these things. The second is how technology should come. I think it will be very difficult to get from the developed countries, or always referring what is happening in the US or Europe will be a challenge in India, because we have our own cost pressure. Important is to nurture the innovation thought process and bringing the technology through the frugal way. These are the two things I think will be helping us and will be bringing India always as cost competitive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So other than the infrastructure that we talked about out here, we are talking about the road infrastructure as well. Today the tire companies don't even know where do they put the chips, whether on the wall or they fabricate it together. So you're right. I mean, the India infrastructure itself will drive a lot more innovation out here.
Yeah, in fact, in the construction industry also, like JCB introduced telematics, or what we say live link in 2014. And the perspective, rather we were under doubt whether this definitely will be a real value for money to the customers. But yes, today we see almost every machine, whatever we sell to Indian customers, it is going with the live link of the telematics. Sure. So that means customer perceive the value for the technology.
Thanks. Yeah, you have another gentleman out there.
Hello, I'm Rupak Sharma. Adding to Sanjay's, I am also from JCB. I think we have around 60,000 connected machines. I think it's the biggest in India. No car or no trucks are having that much, and there's a lot of value. And in terms of automation, the first step towards automation will be assist than the automation. And in our type of industry, where it's a cockpit where people have to do so many things, and we were able to integrate a lot of functions through automations, which drivers doesn't know, but the machine know what it does. But my question really to the panel is that one thing which scares me with the digital is the hacking.
Sorry, digital?
Is the hacking. Suppose I'm in a car and I am applying brake and it starts accelerating, somebody fiddle with it. So that is the biggest challenge I see along with the digital in the car. Any views around that? Is somebody doing something onto that?
I can comment on that. I think cyber security is pretty well developed, and once you're making your own operating system, or you're taking already a developed operating system that is driving your autonomous or semi-autonomous modules, you can, even nowadays, some big companies, some very big websites get hacked. So of course, it's not 100% safe, but I think up to 90% the technologies, especially in the cyber world, that have been created. For example, if someone's putting their platform on Android OS or on iOS, it can be secured to a certain extent. And that is why I think semi-autonomous is the way forward as of now in India. and autonomous will follow. In semi-autonomous, you have the control over the acceleration and brake. So I think that is the way.
That's what we saw in the video, and you're right. In the cyber will have to evolve as fast as the other technologies are.
It happened in Jeep, I think in US, it was hacked.
No, but we've been used to breaking laws in India as well as even before they're created. So you will have hackers, you will have that ecosystem which will exist, and everybody will need to sort of possibly do it together. Anybody else who had a comment or a question who I can go back to after this? Nobody from this side at all? Yeah, sure, after this.
So, ma'am,
can you just have a mic reach the gentleman?
Whenever we talk about technology or digitalization, the biggest thing that comes to my mind is basically the cost of acquisition from consumer perspective. If we learn from other industries, say banking industry also when they started on siloed basis, and everyone was developing every channel, right? So the cost of the infrastructure building was so high that the cost of service delivery became very high. Then they started thinking about interoperability, that everything that we do, it has to be at the industry level and it should be interoperable. So that the cost of development and cost of data handling of challenge should always be the lowest, and therefore the delivery becomes efficient. What is happening is that in this industry, I believe we have just started and we are all doing it in siloed pattern. And maybe the Europe and America would be all right because most of the things, other things in the ecosystem are standardized. But in this country, again, I'm coming back to my favorite topic of exception. It's so high that you'll have to do it at the industry level. And create an infrastructure which is common from creating whatever ecosystem we are talking about, so that the cost actually becomes affordable for the consumer. And I believe that would be the place where we need to act. Because product development, I don't think there is a challenge. We have enough gray matter with us. We have enough quality with us which can actually create everything. But if we keep on doing it in isolation, it won't work. So there has to be someone, either at the forum or the industry level, who all come together and say, the bare minimum infrastructure is going to be developed commonly. Let's work on the delta from individual sites.
Sure. Second point from your side. I think, today in today's industry, we are seeing technology develop much, much faster than standards are. So, we'll get there, but it's taking time. Last comment.
Good afternoon. This is Mohan Prabhu. We need technology in our country, no doubt about it, and we are getting it, but at what cost? The reason India is the only country in the world which is too greedy. I've been everywhere in the world, I've seen what's happening, and I tell you frankly, we are very, very greedy. Remove the greed and come to the need. I give you a challenge that technology can be available to anybody at a very affordable cost. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
ET Edge has another topic to do, and I think with a number of points out here, I will all be very unanimous that, you have to do this session once more with specific points now. But thanks for being such a great panelist, and thanks for being such a great audience. I'm sure we all are here during lunch, and any other discussion that needs to be done, we can always do it over lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachna, and thank you to all our panelists. May I request Danish to kindly present the mementos, expressing our thanks and gratitude and appreciation to all our panelists joining us in this discussion. Thanking first Rachna, the moderator. Thanking Sarthak. Our appreciation to Mr. M. Selva Ratinam. Thanking Mr. Balachandran. So moving to the next session, just before lunch, we heard from many speakers here that we need to have technology solutions or engineering solutions which are more affordable, accessible, and more acceptable to the customer, to the end user. We did talk about the future of electric cars, which again, to the constraints which we have or the challenges which this country has towards, again, electricity they are. But then the government of India has a scheme, FAME, which is to give a boost to the electric vehicles in the country. So probably they are trying to create a conducive and more enabling environment for the electric vehicles in the country. we're going to be looking more into it, the challenges and the opportunity which are there. We explore this with Mr. Suhinder Gill, the Chief Executive Officer, Global Business for Hero Eco, a diversified conglomerate with global business interest in electric vehicles, also exports, bicycles, healthcare. We're also in the real estate. Additionally, Mr. Gill is the Director of Corporate Affairs of the Society of Manufacturers of Electric Vehicles, the only global representative body of the Indian electric vehicles industry. I invite Mr. Suhinder Gill for his presentation.
Okay, what is it? Left, right, center. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Lunchtime is just around the corner, so I'll try to squeeze in my presentation. And starting remarks are like I also make those very safe vehicles which only go for 20 kilometers and come back, so you can give it to your sons and daughters without any problems. But yeah, that's where the industry is today, unfortunately. In two-wheelers also, that I represent from Hero, being 70% market shareholder, still producing 90-95% low-speed vehicles. And the reason behind that is perhaps affordability, which comes only through the low speed. As soon as you try to increase the power, speed, and performance, the prices hit the roof, and then the conversion doesn't take place. Anyhow, so I'm going to take you, but not so much of pessimism in electric vehicles, because we have seen so much of action recently. Perhaps things will happen, they'll change. There's a snapshot of that here. Well, obviously everybody knows there are reasons enough to go electric, and this is the start point of even FAME, NEMMP, when they said we don't have crude oil reserves and we are so high on pollution, so we must do something, and electric is one answer for both of them. So they thought of 14,000 crores in intervention to give 42,000 crores of returns in terms of crude oil reserve reduction, in addition to carbon, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So who are the culprits? I would say my counterparts at Hero, yes, the ones who make petrol vehicles. They are the market leaders again, and many others. And this is today's situation where 17 crores of two-wheelers are there, which are all petrol two-wheelers on the Indian roads, and so are the cars, buses, etc. So a major part of it is two-wheelers. And when you say two-wheelers, this population is 15 years old. It has BS1, 2, 3, 4 types of vehicles, second-hand vehicles, which are not really maintained also well, so all full of emissions on the road. And this is the result of what these vehicles do in terms of fuel oil and in terms of the emissions. There's quite a bit of it is again coming out of two-wheelers, but then buses and cars are also, because of their engine sizes, etc., they constitute a large percentage of consumption as well as emissions. So on the flip side, everything, cars, buses, two-wheelers contribute to a majority of the pollution on the road. And also, there's an effect of 3X, we call it. Like one is the ambient pollution level. Second is what you breathe through the nose, through the tailpipes when you are driving, even if you are in your air-conditioned cars and filtered, doors. The gases do pass on. And what is happening on the road is a tunnel of toxic gases every day, 1 hour, morning, evening, which you are driving through. So the 3 times of this is what we are breathing actually. All of us will go out for office or work. On the electric side, this is a very poor scenario, last 8 years of effort, except the e-rickshaws, which suddenly took off, and which is only a 4 years old story. All others are 8 to 9 or even Reva is a 15 years old story. The number of cars and number of two-wheelers on the road is just 400,000, 7,000 and 50 buses. But e-rickshaws, which suddenly took off, is 600,000 as per some estimates. Actually, these are guesstimates. Nobody knows. Somebody says it's 1 million, but close to 600,000 is what our guess is from association point of view. And one thing which is so surprising is that these e-rickshaws are subsidy agnostic. They don't need any government support. And they are buying e-rickshaws at 24% interest from loan sharks. They are spoiling their batteries in 6 months, and yet they are making a lot of money. And this is what really electric vehicle they think should be, or everybody else thinks should be, which makes money or at least saves money for you. Why EVs have not taken off till now for last 7 years of effort, where government intervention was 2 times there. One was MNRE intervention, which gave subsidy of around 20% around 5 years back. And then there's another one, which is FAME 1 intervention, which is 2 years back. Again, 20% of incentives directly to the customer. And if customer today comes into a showroom and buys one of our scooters, he gets up to 26,000 rupees off directly of the list price. And that's a government intervention. In spite of that, it's not taken off. The reasons: lack of products. Even any manufacturer, there are now 13 of us in two-wheeler space, and three-wheeler there are 4 of us. And we don't have enough product line to offer to the customers as a choice, corresponding to what they get in the petrol version. Dozens and dozens of varieties of various performance levels, various aesthetic levels. So lack of real products which are comparable in performance to the petrol vehicles or liquid fuel vehicles. Then for EV, again, there is still a resistance of, there are not enough reasons to buy. If I am going to buy a two-wheeler, should I take an electric two-wheeler which will have the problem of range anxiety to a certain extent, the battery life, and the saving is not yet established. So the tipping is not there. There is an interest level, but the tipping is not happening. Because at that point of time, the decision again goes back, let me be conservative, let me be safe, let me be defensive, let me go to buy an Activa or a Pleasure rather than buying a Hero Electric or something. Is the people who come in and go out, there is a lot of traffic coming, but conversions are not there. The resistance of industry or the skepticism of industry itself is one of the reasons. Why? Because there are no consistent long-term policies of the government. It's just year-on-year basis that we will now extend frame by 1 or 2 more years. So nobody's really investing into this from capacity or capability or technology point of view. They're just waiting for the government announcements to happen for a 5 to 10 years level so that people can take risks, they can do investments. So come out with the products which are much better and come out with the capacities which are taking economies of scale in mind. And even the NAND that was so-called such a good document, which was a great thing to happen by Government of India, and it had all-encompassing, comprehensive interventions. In implementation, it is tardy. It normally happens in any government implementation. In this case also, only one part has taken off, which is direct subsidies. Infrastructure and so many other things that were talked of, financing, etc., has not yet taken off. So on the government intervention also, there is some sort of a lag going on. So the effect has not really come on the way it was supposed to be. Particularly for the two-wheeler, this is the syndrome I was talking of. If the customer walks in, he doesn't buy because that confusion really comes to. Because when he enters the showroom, he wants to buy an equivalent vehicle. But he is offered a vehicle which is much less in price, fine, great, but also much poorer in performance. So that's where the confusion starts and the customer goes out of the window. But the rickshaws, in fact, I am always pointing out this in all my discussions to the government, that if the rickshaws are not controlled from design point of view or quality point of view, we are going to have a hell of a problem in India, on the Indian roads, in terms of congestion due to e-rickshaws. Electric rickshaws perhaps are going to be like this in few years of time, and this would be the outer ring road of Delhi. So what are the roles really? Where we are today, from here on, what can be done is what we are discussing for the last 6 months. And there is a lot of optimism in government, a lot of ministries have got involved, right from MNRE to Niti Aayog to Department of Heavy Industry and Prime Minister himself. They are all totally trying to get together and say what needs to be done to take off this electric vehicles from where we are at a poor 400,000, 500,000 quantity to 6 million per year. That was the laudable objective 6 years from now. And what is beginning to come out is something like this, that any such initiative which is radical, which is a breakthrough, needs some sort of a mandating. And especially in electric vehicles, we need some sort of a mandating, which means, like China, what they did was they simply did not give much of subsidies, but they throttled those 86 cities and told them in the next 1 year, push out all your petrol two-wheelers and three-wheelers and four-wheelers and just go electric, especially on the two and three-wheelers. And in flat 1 year time, 86 cities were all zero on motorcycles and scooters, petrol motorcycle scooters. And that led to now 22 crores of electric two-wheelers every year in China being manufactured and sold, and hardly any money being spent by the government. So that's one way of mandating. We are not saying that in government of India cannot do it. We should not be a democratic. But a little bit of nudge here and there, or a little bit of mandating is required, which is in terms of, at least in the commercial space. For example, why should Amazon, DHL, or Flipkart, or Snapdeal be allowed to pollute? Why should they run hundreds and thousands and lakhs of vehicles on the road and make money out of them and hugely pollute or hugely use crude oil, which is hugely subsidized? At least business can foot the bill. So the first thing is mandating the commercial sector vehicles, whether it is Ola, Ubers, or these courier companies, or e-commerce companies, food delivery companies, to at least partially start converting their fleets into electric, and that can be a mandate. 10% of that every year. In next 10 years, go 100% electric. Very fair game, I suppose. Similarly, EV-only zones cannot place. There was a push and pull. We wanted to have an EV-only zone or no car zone, but then there's so much of a pressure from the public or otherwise. But this has to happen. There has to be demonstration of some EV zones within the cities, which says it is survivable. You can work without the petrol cars and petrol scooters, petrol motorcycles, by creating these examples. And audio was obviously a good example, never carried forward, but if it was to be done properly across the cities, it's sort of the catalyst of doing. So there's some of the mandating that government can do. They can do an example, setting an example themselves by mandating government to buy electric vehicles and disincentivizing fuel guzzlers like 250cc and above motorcycle work. They can be easily taxed, extra tax for air pollution. On the fiscal side, what is happening is that this 22,000 rupees or a 7,000 rupees subsidy or a 1.25 lakhs subsidy on a car is sweet, but it's not sweet enough, because still the equal performing vehicle does not come into the hitting range of the price. For example, a total equal performing scooter is going to cost without subsidy 1.2 lakhs. An Activa costs 55 lakhs. If you reduce 25,000 out of that, it is still not within the hitting range. We are wasting those 25,000 rupees, but yet not converting. So that sweetening has to be overdosed for some time so that this conversion happens and then quickly tapered off. The money will be same, but upfront you put all the money. Let the people start tasting the vehicle somehow, because today they are not buying even at that price. So that is overdose of. Second most important thought is by MNRE. They are saying we are going to separate the batteries from the electric vehicles, especially on the e-rickshaws and two-wheelers and other three-wheelers. And because battery is your uncertainty, battery is a capital cost. If it's a lithium battery, it is more than the cost of the scooter itself. So if you separate the battery and give it to some entrepreneur or a private industry, and he charges on a per month basis, pay-use basis, then your cost of scooter is less than your petrol scooter. So you can buy a scooter without a battery at 3/4 of the cost of a petrol scooter, even without a subsidy. And the battery side, if it is a life of 5 years, easily takes care of the running cost advantages of 50% of the cost of petrol. But when they are put together, the upfront cost becomes so high, even if some technocrats and people, engineers, they do some calculation and say, yes, I'm going to save a lot of petrol if I buy this in 1 lakh or 80,000, but he doesn't go in for it. For a very simple example, normally people would use half a liter or maybe 1 liter of petrol a day for an extensive use two-wheeler, which is 70 rupees into 300 days is 21,000 rupees into 5 years, 1.2 lakh rupees. So electric scooter comes with 1.2 lakhs of petrol pre-filled, free for you. It's simple, at 80,000. So that's the equation. So well understood. But the tipping point doesn't come. So if battery can be separated and taken as a public infrastructure, it will do great for electric vehicles. And so many other things like non-fiscal priority lane at airports, the first lane. In many countries we have seen, the first lane is reserved only for electric. Small thing, but it changes the mindset. So something on the non-fiscal also, where money is not involved, only a bit of non-fiscal interventions are involved, can tip the balance also. And this is what are being actively considered by the government. Most of the things are being actively considered. I believe many of them will see the light of the day in this current year. Similarly, industry role. We have to create equal performing vehicle. We ourselves have to spread the awareness. We are hardly advertising. We are not putting money into the, spreading the awareness. Nobody knows if I make a call. Less than 5% people know in the country that there is something like electric car or electric scooter today, even after so many years. Leasing models, alternate ownership models have to come. And solar and wind, which is becoming so cheap. Today, the last tender that we were all in was at less than 3 rupees a unit for solar. Imagine. The thermal power is going to, I think, become a history after some time, the way solar is going. So solar, wind and electric go so much hand in hand as a clean energy solution, and it is becoming so viable that if it is invested together, it's a great thing for the country. Out of all the things, still I would believe the two-wheeler is a low-hanging fruit because it's something like 17 crores, so it's a very large mass. It's already there, products are there, low speed, high speed, mid-speed products are there available. A little bit of small mandating and incentives will surely tip the balance. Inflection point. For any such breakthrough, there has to be an inflection point. Below the inflection point, things are going to be tardy, slow, placid. But as soon as the inflection point comes, the exponential growth starts, is our firm belief. And in this case, our internal belief is that we will have, if we have 2 million electric vehicles in 2 years, we have reached the inflection point. So that's the $1 million. How would you put the 2 million vehicles on the Indian roads? If you put it on a personal route basis, personal buying choice basis, no. It will take maybe 5 years, not 2 years. But if it is commercial sector, if it is mandating, if you tell Amazon, etc. for 10%, it will happen in 2 years. As soon as in 2 years, 2 million vehicles are on the road, especially in the cities, the spread, the positive word of mouth. People asking, how does this work? Oh, great, it has saved me so much. So the awareness part is taken care of. Positive word of mouth. The establishment of economics of the vehicles. And even if you are paying more, you will get return in the first 1 year and then the vehicle is free for you. It will be well established. That will happen only if there is a mass. And that mass cannot be just 500,000, 200,000, 300,000. It has to be 2 million. For the 2 million, we have to work back. The government has to work back. Industry has to work back. How to put that 2 million? For that, the investments have to come, whether it is battery swapping, whether it is overdose of incentives, whether it is mandating, whether it is EV zones. And they have to be done in a very, very comprehensive and a short and very, very short-term type of a measure. But it is doable, and that's again a roadmap that we are now planning or thinking how to put it in practice that in next 2 years, 2 million electric vehicles are put on the road, except e-rickshaws. They themselves become 1 million out of them. We are not talking of them. Other than that, this is primarily two-wheelers, other three-wheelers, cars, buses, LCVs, and like shuttle buses and cargo vehicles should be 2 million. So this is the way, China way, India way, or mixed way. But yes, for us it is nudging and incentive are the two words. On one side, give a little bit of carrot or stick, nudge or incentivize, whichever way you feel. We can go electric. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. I would like to request Danish to kindly present the memento, and hope we are able to go this electric way or green way. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be breaking for lunch. It's 1:20. If you can have a lunch in half an hour to 40 minutes, half an hour. We aim it for half an hour. And then 1:50 we are going to be starting with the session. At most 2, as I said, if we are slightly late, the lunch is right here. Please have your lunch. Also requesting you all to kindly pay a visit to the kiosk demonstration which is outside of Total, our partners. Thanking again, once again, all our partners. The feedback forms are there at your tables. You're requested to kindly also fill in the feedback forms. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to please be at your seats? If you've had your lunch, please join us. Okay, as we start just in a short while from now, once we have you here all, just to again mention about an important session which we have just after this session. Of course, a session which is just going to be now happening again, very futuristic, very interesting. The session which follows, we are going to be in conversation with two design gurus, Mr. Dilip Chabria joining us, along with Mr. Akshay Vade. So that's going to be the fire chat session which we have with the two geniuses just after this session. Can I request all the people who have had their lunch, probably you can join us. People who are still in the lunch area, you can be slightly closer to the conference area so that you can be a part of our discussions here. The feedback forms, we've already placed it at your tables. We request you to kindly fill in the feedback form. Any more bites or tweets you want to extend, please feel free to extend those tweets on the Twitter handle. Sorry. Okay, so people who are already here, may I request you to take your seats. If you can have your attention, we start with the session. So thank you to all of you who've joined, and we start with the post-lunch session. This is going to be, as we said, a very interesting session looking into building an Indian supercar and building an Indian supercar by an Indian. This idea in fact comes from the same person who brought in the high-powered, the first India's high-powered electric car, M0. He's also directly involved with Project Manas, which is an artificial intelligence interface for various applications and India's first autonomous kit for cars. He and his team are working on a disruptive hybrid high-performance car and developing futuristic mobility and technological solutions which would directly impact the citizens around the globe. What is his plan? What is his thought, the idea? How is he driving it further? Building the first Indian supercar. Would like to invite Sarthak Paul, the CEO of MMM.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You must have already seen me speak in the panel. It's really nice to be aware that, all of us are aligned in our visions and what we have been speaking throughout, the day till now. This started out as a very boyish vision of 6 guys trying to make their own car, trying to basically express their version of what a car should look like. And over the course of 5.5 years, as we have moved ahead, it has become the realization that it's more of a problem-solving thing. So that's why we initially wanted to make a hybrid car, because, we saw the LaFerrari, the McLaren, etc. And then we moved into a fully electric powertrain, which, really changed the way we thought about the automotive industry. Now, so basically this is how we'll proceed, and how I will showcase you what we have been doing and what we have achieved till now. To make something like this, you must have heard about Flipkarts, the Snapdeals, all the various other startups, but there is just one electric car startup in India, and that is MMM. Now, this was very different from what the startup ecosystem was. So, apart from even going ahead in this journey, it was very tough to come out of the already very comfortable ecosystem and do something about it. For that, I needed a very good team to pull this off. So, I was 18 when, me and my friends, we thought we will start something like this. And when I was 19, I posted an aerodynamic, which eventually turned out to be a patent, one aerodynamic theory online. So online, there are a lot of forums where, you can post your ideas, and all the big tech guys, they pick you up and, they help you out with your concepts. Similarly, I was picked by Pedro Almeida from Germany, and he was at that time one of the best designers in the world. And he said, "What do you want to do with this aerodynamic patent?" So I told him I want to build a car, and that is where we started, working on it. Luckily, I have a very motivated team. We have been working on this for the last 5.5 years and really grinding it out. As I go ahead in the slides, you will see that, it's been a long journey, but it has been a very fruitful journey as well. There is nothing like entrepreneurship. It gives you a lot. At the age of 24, the kind of exposure I've got, I don't think, if I would have done a normal job, I would have got that exposure. So, this is the product. Our first product is the M0. Now, the kind of business model that we are working on is perhaps the only business model electric startup can really, sustain on. Our vision was always to be sustainable, to go in the long run, become a company that will still be there selling cars, selling technologies 20 years from now. And that is why we started with a two-door sports car. Now, I know it's much easier to make a four-door, a very safe car. It's easier to make that, but the economics don't work when you start off with a small car. You need to burn a lot of investor cash if you're starting with a small car. With a big car, the main thing is you need to initially build your brand. Why will someone buy your car? So that is what you're doing with the big car, integrating all the good technologies, the technologies unknown, and the technologies which everyone thinks is the future, but is already happening. So, we are basically working on augmented reality-based navigation system. I'm sure a lot of you know about HUD systems. It's just a little upgrade on the HUD where, we'll be using augmented reality. I've already spoken a lot about autonomous, and that is one thing which was very crucial in that talk was machine learning and deep learning. You can take out a lot of things out of that particular sphere, and you can use it in your transportation medium. So we'll be using things like collision avoidance, lane change assist, etc., etc. So this is what the inside looks like. I haven't revealed it completely because I'll keep that till we reach the prototype in 2018. But this is a sneak peek of what the car looks like. One vision that was always there with this company was we wanted it to be functional, technology with a purpose, as they say, right? So that is what we did even with our interiors. Sorry. Yes. So as you can see, we have been putting a lot of efforts on saving costs while making a company. Sustainable, I've already used that word. So what we're doing is, even with our V2C system, that is vehicle to cloud system, what we're trying to do is we're trying to cut a lot of costs on the after-sales service market. So how we're doing that basically is, we are trying to create a very good telematic system within the car. Apart from that, real-time statistics with M-log, etc. Now, I'm just going to take a few minutes to explain what the M-log is and how we are trying to, really integrate that into our vehicle. So, basically, the sensors give the feedback to a particular control unit. So, we are directly connecting this control unit to a cloud-based platform where both the customers can access data as well as the company can access data. So what happens when the customers can access data? For example, the tire pressure, okay? So what we are doing is basically, if you buy the M0, you will get your own credential, your own user ID and password, where you can actually log in and look into every detail of your car, the distance driven, top speed, when is your next servicing time, etc., etc. Apart from that, on the company perspective, what we are trying to do is we are not trying to invest a lot of money on building the service infrastructure. We are trying to partner with the service guys. So what we are trying to basically do is, because see, now again, coming to the business model, if I just have to sell 1,000 to 1,500 cars to come close to a break-even point, I know the locations where I've sold, it's easy to track 1,000 cars, where you've sold 1,000 cars. In those locations, we want to keep our service stations, partner with the service stations, and even before the customer knows, my engineers also have access to this cloud system, and they can give you a call, take your car, service it, give it back to you. One very important thing, with electric, we have been speaking throughout the day, is ecosystem education. If you don't tell the public that, hey, listen, I have got it sorted for you. So if 1,000 people are buying from me, 50, 250 from Bangalore, 250 from Delhi, 250 from Bombay, and 250 from Hyderabad, all right? So if they know that, there are 10 charging stations equally spaced across the city, they are more comfortable in buying the car. Rather than you just telling them, okay, I have these technologies, I have these. So that is what I wanted to say when I say we want to create technologies with a purpose. Now that is what we are going to do in the course of 2017 and 2018. Slowly release things like charging pods, because the ecosystem has to support the vehicle you're trying to sell. And that is what we'll do with this. So now connected car, I think Volvo earlier in the day and so many people have already talked about connected car and how it is so important. The customer himself feels more connected to the car because, he basically gets all the statistics, everything within a touch. He can open the car with a touch. He can, look. He can control the media with a touch. So I think connected car is a necessity in this, in the course of the next 10 years. So this is a small UI representation of what your augmented reality systems will look. Initially you used to look in your screens and see the navigation system. On your windshield, a part of your windshield where the HUD will project how, things will, basically navigations, this is how it's going to look. So now, this is something that we have been working for more than 3 years. In the course of 5 years, 3 years has been dedicated to artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is not only, helping the customer get features like all of these, like lane change assist, parking assist, collision avoidance, etc., etc. But what it also does is it also helps you in production. The way, your production rate becomes faster, it's a one-time cost. After that, things become really iterative and it becomes better for the company. So that is what we've been working on, and this will be a little different, this autonomous system. It will be a mixture of LiDAR and your stereo cameras, where, we are, stick LiDARs, etc., who have been making LiDARs from a long time. So we have partnered with them as well. where we are providing a low-cost, inexpensive version of what Teslas and Googles have been trying to do. Of course, Tesla has been fairly successful in what it has done, 85 to 90% autonomy, and right now it's already producing cars with the artificial intelligence hardware. So that's a great thing. Now, the future. Now, a part of our business model is, with the M0, because we have that margin to put in all these technologies and, really create a brand amongst people. Sell 1,000 cars. It's easier to sell 1,000 cars with good technologies rather than try to sell 10,000 cars with nothing, right? So that's the part of the business plan where next we'll come out with a 4-door. The development has already started. We are naming it Alpha 1. Now this car, because we have done all the research for the big car, will have the integrated technologies, which will really be the best in class, best in the segment, and long range, best in class performance, and the technologies no one can expect a 12 lakh car can have. So we are trying to price this car anywhere between 12 to 15 lakhs, and the M0, it will be priced at 58 to 90 lakhs. So I'll come back to a little bit of the story and the journey of how all of this happened. This is crucial. When we entered into the startup ecosystem, it was in India. For India, it was the boom of the internet, right? Even for us, even for car manufacturers, selling directly through the internet will make us more money, right? So when I entered the space in the startup, in the complete startup ecosystem, it was really tough for us. No investors, it was, we had a team, but how long can you sustain your team without no money, right? That is where, we realized that we need to build this the hard way with a lot of struggles. We created our own karting championship, which is now the Asia's biggest student karting championship, which gave us a pretty good revenue of around 92 lakhs in the first 2 years. And that is how we moved forward. So this is what I mean to say, this is what entrepreneurship teaches you. Lessons which cannot be, taught generally. And that is how we moved forward, and then came the big break where, we took 1 year and we said, no more investors, let's collaborate. We went to Eric Tazzari, the CEO of Tazzari Group in Italy, a $1 billion venture, and we said that we want you to manufacture our car. And that is when things changed for us. And after a struggle of around 6.5 months trying to convince them through technical pitches, through proof of concept, validation plans, etc., he said a yes, and that is when everything changed for us. Then, of course, Clean Wave Technologies, Mike Hong, one of the first 10 employees of Tesla, who is also associated with us. They've been making motors for us. Apart from that, in our autonomous vehicle, we have, this is a validation that autonomous is here to stay and will happen in India and everywhere else. So, because otherwise all these companies, all our $1 billion ventures, they wouldn't have, even given 1 minute of theirs to us. So, this is, where I personally think that the ecosystem, for example, autonomous, it's an open source technology and you can easily commercialize it. So, the thing is, it's really weird to see that in a place like India, where, we have probably the best engineers, because I have an international team, so I know how India ranks in terms of engineers. I think we have probably the best engineers, and it's really weird that we haven't been able to really pounce on open source technology, which is on the internet. You can just go download, a set of how to make an AI system, and then iterate on it and build your own, system. So the next video that I'm going to show you is not a very corporate video. It's basically, it symbolizes success, it symbolizes hard work, and it symbolizes perhaps the future that will be with electric and autonomous or slash semi-autonomous cars. So this was our successful autonomous test run, which has been published anywhere.
What sort of thumb up and say welcome to the future? Try the no one is driving. No tricks here.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was 3.5 years of really putting in everything, and it cost us 0 rupees to get to this. And I've been listening about how it's going to cost us a lot to get these systems out, to commercialize these systems. If a group of students, literally, of course, now we formed the company, we've got investors, etc. That's different. But if a group of students can make an autonomous car and make it of the autonomy level of what Tesla has been doing, I think this country can really, really, really go up to the Europeans and really put it forward to them. So this has been Sarthak Paul for MMM, and I'm really proud to represent my teammates and really put forward a pretty compelling case of what India can do in the automotive industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarthak, and we're sure that your generation is going to be giving us this next-gen car. So any questions if you have for him? We can take some 2-3 quick questions.
Where we could install our systems and see the demo run.
M0, what you are talking about is which car?
M0 is the two-door sports car in which we will put this system, but not the fully autonomous system. It will be a semi-autonomous system.
Vehicle is some already existing vehicle.
The M0 is being prototyped right now in Italy.
It's prototyped by some automobile company.
Yes, it's being prototyped in partnership with the Tazari Group in Italy.
So you will be doing the autonomous part of it?
No, we are doing the car has been designed by us. The engineering part has also been done by us. It's just we've got a manufacturing contract from...
car means including suspension and everything?
Sorry?
A car means including suspension, steering, everything?
Yes, so the engineering aspect has been a partnership again between both of us, because what we give may not be industrial grade, and they convert into industrial grade, and they'll be putting it out as a functional prototype in 2018.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you,
I would say it's very interesting to see that in India we are having this. It's like a dream. Secondly, of course, let's come to the cost. Everyone's been talking about the cost. What will be the price on the road is something that I'd like to just understand.
Ma'am, you weren't that audible. Could you speak again?
What is the cost of the product on the road, and how will you be? I mean, today we are talking about petrol vehicles versus electrical and autonomous.
The M0, which will be the two-door sports car, that is going to be priced around 60 lakhs INR to 90 lakhs INR. The second car, which is the Alpha one, will be priced at 12 to 15 lakhs. With the Alpha one, you'll be saving approximately 1.2 lakhs worth of petrol or gas every year. With the M0, that's just that's a car basically to showcase more of the technological showcasing, rather than putting an effort on the mileage part. Although both the cars will have 350 plus range for the car, so yeah, that is the price point that we are hovering around.
Sorry, if I can get a little technical.
Sure.
From 0 to what is your speed and how much seconds?
All right. Sure, I can. So the M0 will be 0 to 100. As of now, we have simulated 0 to 100 in just around 3 seconds, but we are trying to reach to about 2.3 to 2.5 seconds for the M0. The Alpha one, we haven't started testing, but we are trying for 5 seconds. Sorry?
Your power? What is the durability? How many kilometers?
Of the battery? The battery durability right now, the battery system that we are using will go up to 4 years, but we are trying to provide to customers with a free battery replacement for 10 years.
How many kilometers can you run on one battery charge?
Okay, on one battery charge, it can go up to 370 kilometers for M0, and we are trying for 500 kilometers for the Alpha one.
Wish you all the success.
CC. It's an electric car. It's an electric car. It will give out an output of approximately 200 HP, peak and continuous of around 175. And the two-door, what we are producing right now, what we are prototyping right now, will give around 500 HP, peak and around 390 kilometers, 390 HP continuous. It's not a base vehicle, sir. It's been completely developed by us. The interiors, the exteriors, the engineering part. The validation has been done with our partnerships with Tazari. With Tazari Group in Italy. You need to validate what you're creating, right? Not for Alpha. Alpha, we've just started developing. Our first product will be a two-door.
The ambient temperature in India is quite high. So the ambient temperature in most part of the country is quite high.
Yes.
And that's not so good for the lithium batteries. So how do you plan to do that?
So initially, we will take a 2-year space to work on our own battery systems. That is why the M0, which is a two-door car, will come to India only on order basis. The first market for those cars will be Europe and the US and Middle East to some extent. So your question is really valid on temperatures, but there have been already technologies which have been proven by Reva itself. Reva is doing very well in Bangalore, it being electric car itself. So temperature was an issue. As of now, there have been battery advancements which will easily avoid any kind of temperature problems.
Yeah, but basically you're targeting a very high acceleration which requires a lot of power in a short period.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if Reva is a comparable thing.
Reva is of
at
course
the
not a
moment.
comparable thing, but in terms of the battery technologies that have come forward, Tesla is also selling in the UAE. There are a lot of Teslas that are being sold in the UAE and a lot of Teslas that run in even hot countries. So the battery tech that's there, especially made by Panasonic and Samsung, I wouldn't comment on Samsung, but Panasonic, I think, which I have been really working on, has been doing pretty well even in hot torrid temperatures.
You will still go with air-cooled battery packs rather than liquid-cooled?
See, you can also do a little bit of innovation where you can keep liquid-cooled pipes along the batteries, which can really, help it cool. But as of now, we want to play it a little safe with our first product and go the conventional way.
What challenges do you perceive in India towards it in terms of
India has a big ecosystem challenge. I think that has been already addressed during the day. As I said, the first thing in my speech was if we don't show the customers that we are ready for electric cars, they wouldn't buy it. So if we can, if they see instead of huge petrol pumps, they can see huge charging stations. That's a change. That's a change in mindset. And I think we are ready to do that because we are also prototyping our own charging pods. It's so easy. I mean, it's so open source. I'm sure all of you know about the Powerwall, the Tesla Powerwall, right? Where you can literally charge anything out of it. You can make that thing in your house, sitting, looking at YouTube for $300. So that's how open source it is.
You need to have smart brains also for that, like you. But thank you. Thank you so much, and all the best, and congratulations to you. Thank you. And now we are going to be in a conversation with two design genius, design gurus who have created marvels of excellence in terms not only of design and the appeal, but also they are actually engineering marvels, a fine balance of art and engineering. So I would like to invite the two genius in conversation here, Mr. Dilip Chabria, the founder of DC Design. I think he's not in. I think he's coming in. Okay. I thought he's in. Yeah, welcome to Mr. Dilip Chabria and Mr. Akshay Bade. In fact, before you came in, I had partly introduced you. Anyways, but good to have you, and it's going to be great listening to your ideas and concepts of great designs and great, excellent machines which you've designed. As you said, this is converting fantasy into reality. Mr. Dilip Chabria, the founder of DC Design, disruptor to creator, who has created some of the most iconic models for Aston Martin, GM, Ford, BMW, Renault, Toyota, and almost all the OEMs, Indian OEMs. Mr. Akshay Bade, present with us. He's the founder and managing director of Vardenche, a self-taught designer and entrepreneur. In fact, just now when we were listening to Sarthak also, he's almost been also a self-taught entrepreneur and designer. Mr. Akshay has also single-handedly designed and sold the highest number of custom-built motorcycles in the country. So the floor is all to both of you. We can start the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Happy to be in conversation with the man himself, Mr. Dilip Chabria. In the past 10 years, we've built some interesting motorcycles across the country, but I remember, maybe about 20 years ago, this was the man that everyone looked up to when they wanted to make a career in design and engineering. I chose motorcycles because that was my passion, but had it been another way, I would have definitely followed in his footsteps. So we may need some technical. We work with automobiles, we have no idea how this works. Thank you. So I think, sir, the floor is yours. I have a chat about automotive design in general. Are we at par with global design? I think that's what everyone wants to hear.
Yeah, I guess that's what we want to hear from us, independent sources. I would presume that. Well, of course, not at par yet. But what's very heartening to know is that we, as an Indian consumer, has that innate sensitivity to what's good and what's excellent in design. And the Indian market has proven it so. So we are more attuned to European tastes rather than American tastes or the Far Eastern tastes. Obviously, as we expect it to become the third or the fourth biggest car manufacturers in the next few years, I would presume that design and development will become a mainstream activity for most car brands. Today, some of them some of them have Indian studios. But if you see the Indian market or the international market, the cars that sell are the cars that are designed well. And the cars that don't sell are the cars that don't emote with you. So design I have always believed that design is the only differentiator, it's the only aspect of how you can really distinguish your brand and how you can really create a lust in the minds of a consumer to trade in his cars. So we are not there yet from the maturity, sophistication, sensitivity and budget point of view. But that's the heartening fact is that you have nowhere but to keep going up at a much higher rate of growth in the coming years. I only wish I was younger being at this point of time.
Well, you've definitely created the environment for more to follow and, take that kind of legacy and growth ahead. Though I agree with you that, we aren't at par with global design, you see that there is a trend in the automotive industry today where larger companies with more resource to their disposal are actually acquiring design houses and design companies across the world to be able to move faster in terms of design. For instance, we've seen Mahindra & Mahindra acquire Pininfarina. And, so there's a lot of, I think, cross, working in terms of companies and teams. We have a lot of expats who've come into Indian design teams and made a lot of progress in the recent times. I think what I think is interesting to understand is how independent designers like you and me, what is it that I think we require to do to be able to propel design and engineering from within the country and how that can grow. What do you think?
At the outset, I don't agree with your premise that, that your example of Mahindra & Mahindra acquiring Pininfarina was a design-led decision. No, it was not, because Pininfarina was a shell company. Most Italian design houses have ceased to exist, so nothing really exists. Mahindra Tech bought Pininfarina, and they bought it because they wanted to probably sell the engineering services across the globe, and they needed a marquee brand to be able to open doors. But my sense, and I work on a concurrent basis with all brands, we build and are continuously building, as I talk to you, some of the most iconic concept cars in the world. Our level of development on the design side leaves much to be desired, even as we speak to you now. I think primarily is because the kind of budgetary outlays that have to be accorded to this activity are yet not to be seen. But as I said, as we mature and we fulfill our goals of the numbers that we were expected to, we were expected to be at 4 million units in 2016 by the 2005 automotive policy. And what happened was we were flat from 2010 to 2015. We were just flat. There was no growth per se if you take a 5-year window. We are now expected to ramp up hugely, but we haven't seen that on the ground yet. With Make in India and all that you have, I've not seen any major investment coming in as opposed to what we would have expected or whatever announcements were made. So I think it's a very complex situation where we have to give the confidence to the foreign brands or Indian brands to really invest a lot more into the Indian future. So we are nowhere near China. I mean, I'm quite amazed at the design development in China. I mean, for example, they were laughing stock 5 years back. Today, when you see some of the Chinese cars, and they made huge progress. Are you aware that in 2005 there were only 15 design institutes in China, and there are over 850 now?
Is it?
Can you believe it? Because the Chinese government realized that they are the masters of manufacturing. They have captured the world's mind as far as manufacturing is concerned, and they needed to move up the value chain. So the government really helped companies to acquire other brands or help give them all sorts of incentives. The electric car movement in China, they have an endowment of $25 billion. So you start a new company in China, go to the government, give them a business plan, give them a sketch, you get $1 billion. that kind of money has to be pumping for our design industry to really take off from a global perspective. And mind you, I mean, the audience, I'm talking to you because you're talking to me from a global perspective.
Sure. Absolutely. So, you are building supercars. We are designing and developing a super bike. Do you think that in this segment of auto, the value chain of automobiles, the supply chain of component manufacturers and so on and so forth are in sync with what we require to be able to deliver that kind of design and engineering in the segment and volumes? What would you say that the challenge there is? Because,
No, I mean, it's a fantastic question. Our component manufacturers are simply not geared to services because it doesn't interest them. You're too much of a niche. And therefore, when we did the Avanti, we were forced to develop our own bodies. We make bodies in-house, we make chassis in-house because nobody was willing to, do 500 cars a year or 1,000 cars a year. I don't think they have that bandwidth on the IPR side, as well as I think it doesn't make business case for them because they're structured to be in volume. That's how they have grown. They are subservient to the car manufacturers. They're happy with 9 or 10% EBITDA margin. So I guess that's what it would take a lot for them to really change the mindset. But primarily, I think the challenge for us is if you want to build world-leading contemporary cars, then you'll have to build your own road. And it's not very easy.
I absolutely agree with you. We've spent the last 10 years developing non-automotive suppliers to be able to supply certain components to us to be able to even, withstand being in a niche industry like this. And, going ahead, this is a pressing challenge. So do you think that in that case, internally, prototyping or small batch volume production would be something that we should consider going ahead?
Yes, of course. I think one of the benefits of the Indian business case would be that with modern technology being developed the way it is, with 3D printing and all those aspects, you could actually occupy that small volume, high quality, niche manufacturing away from the competitive scenario that prevails in the auto industry. But I think it's going to take a lot of partnership with governments, with industry, with the other stakeholders. So it has to have a cohesiveness, it has to have the stickiness, which I'm sure will happen. But I think at the top level of industry, the captains of the industry or the governments have to have that vision, have to have the knowledge. So you need to have a bureaucrat, you need to have some of the guys who are the captains of the industry take that long-term vision. And unless that happens, I don't see how you're going to really do whatever we profess or whatever we talk about. Words don't mean anything unless there's really it manifests into something tangible. And I don't see that happening across because everybody is attuned to return on investment on a quarter-to-quarter basis because they're all listed companies. So I think companies have to take a holistic approach, earmark budgets like they do for all e-commerce companies and grow this side of the business. That's what I would think.
I agree with you, absolutely. The flavor of the subject today in this room through all the speakers since the morning started has been technology. I think I have heard, a lot of, I've got a lot of information about how electric will influence cars and bikes, how a lot of driver assists and rider assists will influence the way we perceive our vehicles. I'm personally a big technology enthusiast, and I love the BMW Motorrad's Vision Next 100 concept motorcycle, which I think is groundbreaking technology. So like I said, since I'm a big fan of technology, I'd like to see it in our motorcycles and in a lot of vehicles. What are your views, you think?
Well, we all like progress, but the point is who's going to pay for it. So, see, the electric car movement as such globally is yet unviable because I think the central point is that how do you really overcome the obstacles posed by the IC engine with 100 years of incremental investment capacities, engineering, and the efficiency. So on a dollar for a particular cubic capacity or a dollar per horsepower output, there's still no parallel to the IC engine. And unless the government subsidizes, or the industry subsidizes, or you as a customer are willing to pay 20-30% more, unless one of these three things happens, the electric car movement is not really going to take off. So at best, I think what people are saying, it may be 2025 or 2030 that maybe 10% of the world's, 10 to 15% of the world's output may be electrics. And that's not saying a lot as compared to what you read so much about the electrics. And the writing is on the wall. So all entry-level electric cars have kind of failed in the world. But the ones that have succeeded are high-end. So people are buying them because, you want to send out a good image. It's a third car, second car. You're not bothered about range anxiety. But the Leafs and the Volts of the world were supposed to actually have done well. They're being discounted, and the Teslas are doing well. So the electric car movement is going to take a lot of effort. It's not an easy walk. Even in India, if the revised price at double the cost of a Maruti with half the content, I'm not so sure whether the people are impressed. In fact, the current Reva is designed by us as well. So that's a long way off. The electric car. So what was the other question you had?
So I have an interesting question to ask you. You're a connoisseur of cars, a designer of some of the best in the world. I'm a motorcycle enthusiast, and we, design and enjoy riding the motorcycles. And, the amount of riding assists, and driver assists that are coming into the vehicle, do you think that they'll take away from, although they bring about a enormous amount of safety to the driver himself, passengers in the car, people around on the road. What is your take on driver assist to driving the car?
No, I think it's a good development. Because it brings in a lot of safety, comfort aspect, and there are very few people, a microscopic minority of people who really love driving for the sake of driving. And people who love driving are generally younger. They're starting with the first car, second car, and they really can't afford those aspirational cars in any case. So it's kind of an oxymoron in that sense. But it's definitely made cars much more safer. You sit in a car with all these kind of assistance. You're sure that even if the driver drives badly, you're going to survive the trip. But beyond that, technology is always welcome, of course. The point is it going to be affordable for someone to buy and for you to recover your investment?
Sure, no, I agree with you.
Sure. I think he's done with querying.
I think so. We'll take questions from the audience.
And I think we should encourage, let them feel free to ask any question that they might have, even if it's unconnected to this. The wackier the better, I would assume.
Last con, I think somewhere you had talked about your vehicle which you are going to produce in a mass production, not as a single car, means some mass production. What is the status of that?
Did I ever make a comment that we are going to produce in mass production? I would never say that because there's no way we can compete with the
1,000, 1,500 vehicle kind of, not as a one piece. You made that presentation, I think.
You may not be aware, but we are already into production. We produce 25, 30 cars a month now. India's first sports car. So we have already succeeded in that journey. We are on to our two other models, but that was the essence of a company, to really grow into becoming an institution that was not dependent on me if I'm long gone from this world. So we have succeeded in that vision point of view, and of course We have to create our own niches, and that's easier said than done. But we have already achieved what you are asking that question. Sure. I think we are post-lunch.
Post-lunch hangover. Okay, so there is one.
This sports car which you are manufacturing, is it a green project or you have modified some existing car into a sports car?
No, sir. I mean, what can you? There is first of all no sports car available for us to modify. We would love to be in doing that rather than creating our own car. It's a ground-up car, designed, developed, invested. Pardon?
From scratch.
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, even the engine, everything is.
No, engine is imported from France.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Sure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I think most important is not the after lunch effect. I think it's the awe of you sitting here. At least I think for many of us, we've grown up always inspired and looking forward to what you do. I think that's the most important aspect. I would like to hear some thoughts because I think there is this new generation which is looking at design as I would say, a job prospect or a career.
Of course.
Just some thoughts and what would be the key takeaways that you would like to give on that? Thank you.
Fantastic question. So as I said in my earlier, interaction, that the only reason a car succeeds or fails today globally, and not only talking of India, is design. It is not engineering, it is not service, it is not quality, because that's a given now. People expect that as a given. And having said that, the frequency of model changes is getting reduced. Which is 7 years, it's 5 years, it's 4 years, because the customer fatigue is at 9 months today in India. Globally, it was at 6 to 9 months abroad, but in India, it's at 9 months. That means in 9 months' time, the car has to be discounted by the dealers, unless the manufacturer comes up with a new model. So if you see all these statistics that you see in the papers of the growth of the auto industry, is largely on the basis of new product launches. And that makes the designer a very powerful human being within the organization now as opposed to a decade earlier. In fact, most designers in the world do not report to the board, they only report to the chairman. So you can see the sea change, whereas in the past, a designer would create a model and the engineers would say this is not possible, and they would kind of dilute it to what was suitable to the engineers, and then you had a situation where the car wouldn't emote and it wouldn't sell because it didn't excite consumers. So there was a sea change 10, 15 years back where the top management said to the engineers, we don't care how you do it, it's your problem, but this is how you have to do it. They are not going to dilute the design because you can't seem to manufacture that part or the car. So from an Indian perspective, with our penetration of cars being at 30 per thousand, and we all aspire to have our own car, much like you have your own phone, and that's a statistic world over. We have 30 cars per thousand. In the US, it's 975 cars per thousand. In China, it's over 100 cars per thousand. You can imagine the growth that has to take place in the automotive industry. It is unparalleled from any sectoral point of view. Not in infra, not in IT, not in hospitality. No sector can afford this kind of growth because of the aspiration that we all have within us of wanting our own set of wheels. I'm talking of the youngsters who are really coming into the market for the first time, licensed for the first time. So obviously, and design being the foremost reason why a car succeeds or fails, and there's enough, material on the net. You can check the latest. I was reading yesterday interview with Dr. Zeitze of Mercedes-Benz. Was asked why do you feel Mercedes-Benz assumed global leadership, having lost the place to BMW and Audi the last couple of years, and he only said one reason: design. So if you cite me example in the market of why this car doesn't sell, and I'll tell you it's because of design. You can research your own, this thing, why the car succeeds, it's because of design. Because everything else is a given. So the so the prospects for a young person to enter the design field in the automotive sector is huge. The growth prospects are huge. That's I think what you wanted to hear, am I right? Yeah, thank you. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. So what would you say about the design preferences of Indian customers? For example, in India, I believe that still bulkier, bigger cars are more preferred if compared to other developed countries, wherein compact cars or sleeker cars are, being preferred. And also in terms of the color preferences, still silvers and whites are more preferred in India compared to the more vibrant colors. So do you think this will change in the future, or how do you see this?
See, my belief is, like everything else with us, we are going to follow the same patterns as our compatriots across the world, because we have the same heart function as Americans, as the Germans, and the Italians. It's a matter of our evolution or our development as a country or as a society, with primarily led by our economic upliftment. But the first question was, as I said earlier, I'm very pleased and heartened that the Indian taste towards aesthetic it belies his fact that he can't afford a car, which is a very heartening thing, because I didn't see that happening in China or Korea or Japan. So they still made quirky cars, and they were a set of wheels. But they were a butt of jokes if they were cars exported to US or Germany. That's not to say with Indian cars. So that's something good for our Indian sensibility. About the fact that the trend will be on towards bigger models, sedans away from hatches. Yes, that's true, because I think it is the second most expensive asset you're going to buy in your life after a house. So Indians tend to research more and spend more. And again, what is heartening is, much against what the global MNC brands expected when they launched their first time in India, that the lowest end model will sell the highest, was actually untrue. Even when I talk to you, the highest end models sell the highest number of cars. And isn't it very surprising that the cheapest car in the world goes a begging, and cars costing 10, 12 times, 15 times, you have a wait list of 6 months and 1 year. So that says a lot about the Indian customer. On the colors, it keeps changing from year to year. But my personal belief is we are going to follow the same patterns as the West, where white and black is going to be ever present. Other colors will keep coming and going. But white is supreme across the world. Thank you.
Sir, you are the design guru, and what is your advice to the young designers, particularly for the Indian market, and particularly for keeping the Indian requirements in mind?
See, first of all, I don't think there is any such thing as an Indian market. The market has to be global for a car industry, because there's no viable to create for one market. So from that perspective, I would think it's a very simple answer. Dare to dream, because if you are able to do a great job, that's how you're going to help your company sell cars. And it's no better time than now to either be in the automobile industry or to be young in India. So it's a great time, actually. I really envy those people who are coming to the marketplace now. I wish I had these opportunities and these kind of market growth when I started out. But anyway, you win some, you lose some, isn't it?
What do you say about the car shapes in the future? See, in 1930s, 20s, 40s and all, the car used to have a soul in it. When you look at a car, it was something to look at it. But today, with all these computerized designs, all cars almost look alike. Everybody goes for aerodynamics, this, that, fuel consumption, and shapes. If you see, if you see roughly, I mean,
Yes, of course, you're
I'm
right,
not
you're
going
right.
into in-depth. If you
Yeah.
see roughly a card shape, every car looks alike.
You're absolutely right. And
So
it's a fantastic question.
do you think a day will come again when we'll have soul in the car? Like old, if you see Pontiacs, the old, forget Ford Edsel. Other than that, any other car, if you take it, 30s, when the mafia used to drive in Chicago and New York, see those cars, they have a long bonnet, beautiful small boot with a spare wheel. The car used to have, you can call it sexy, you can call it good looking, or you can call it anything.
And they are yet desirable even after,
Yeah, even
70
today,
years.
even today, if one car is on the road, you can see people stopping it, or maybe people stand themselves and stare at it. Do you think the day will come again?
Okay, so the first part of your question, you're absolutely right. The car designs are today becoming generic in nature largely, and that's because today car design is 10% creativity and 90% regulation. Okay. Having said that, there is already a movement in some countries where they are exempting the homologation process if you're a low volume car manufacturer. It's already happened in Europe. It's happened in the US for the first time. If you're producing less than 350 cars a year, you are exempt from safety regulations as long as you comply with engine and emissions, because you're going to use somebody's engine in any case. So with the deglobalization taking impact, as you're reading, if America is going to become isolated and going to be protecting its borders, India is already a protected place, and if France goes the Brexit way, I think that will give rise to being individualistic, and they will try to support their own industries because they have to protect jobs. So they will do away with these unified global regulations increasingly so. And I think that will be the return of the golden era for automotive companies worldwide, because their return on investment in the 50s and 60s used to be 20-30%. It's fallen to under 4-5%. So I think all these factors will all conspire to bring that golden era back. This is my belief. And I could be wrong, but I believe so.
Will you be bringing such kind of design cars? What I'm talking about is those golden era cars.
I think
you are into sports car design now. You say you produce about 35 cars to 40 cars a month, or maybe more.
Yeah.
But do we have any idea of bringing those kind of cars which were existing in 20s and 30s?
No, sir. I mean, our place under the sun is to do what a manufacturer will not or cannot do, either because of skill or because of scale. That's a positioning. If we try to veer away from that positioning, we will not survive. Now, if there are enough older people like you and me aspiring to have a 1930s car, I'm sure we would be there.
No, even youngsters will like it. It all depends how you present it. You see, today's youngsters are not seeing those cars in reality, unless that is a vintage car rally.
Yeah. So, but your question is very pertinent. Across the world, there's a big movement now on creating, older-looking cars but modern mechanicals.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I mean.
So it's a big movement. In fact, people are paying $1 million for these cars, and I know of one company which is putting about 200 cars a year, $1 million each. I would expect that to happen in India, but I've thought about it to create a differentiated product, because we're also thinking as a company to plan our next product, and we're always looking at some niches which are not occupied by the manufacturer, and that is one of the niche. Maybe 2-3 years down the line, one never knows, we may be forced to do those things.
No, you should not be forced. You should allow to do it.
No, I mean, what I'm trying to say is the market would be mature enough to accept those, because it costs a lot of money to put a car on the road.
There, my main question stands, chicken or the egg syndrome.
Pardon?
It will be a chicken or an egg syndrome. You say there is no market. The market says there is no car.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're right.
So
Absolutely.
somewhere we have to break the shield and come out of it.
I accept your thesis, and that's how Steve Jobs made all his products. He created that want. He created that lust in the customer's mind by creating a standout product. And progress in the world is only made by people who are able to get out of that comfort zone, away from the marketers, and create a product that people must own because they feel that they also like it. So I think
maybe I take your advice. I'll
No,
think
it's
about
not
it
an advice,
seriously.
it's only a suggestion. And
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll succeed in marketing about
I
those
hope so,
cars.
sir. I hope so.
Sure. All the
Thank you,
best.
sir.
Thanks
Thank
a
you,
lot.
sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to just understand, what are your views on making the electric revolution, like electric cars and all, more sellable, or maybe how that would go? Because most of them are feeling that it won't grow in upcoming years. So just wanted to understand.
See, as I said, the electric movement is the handicap across the world is the cost of the battery. Today, the cost of the battery is $300 per kilowatt. So that makes the car, I mean, for example, in our Avanti, if I were to electrify the Avanti, the engine, the battery pack alone is 36 lakhs. And that would really not be affordable by any of my potential customers. So unless, it's a catch-22 situation. That's what my comment to his query was, that how do you compete with the internal combustion engine, which has gone through 100 years of investments and incremental progress? So unless the cost of the battery comes down to $100 per kilowatt, you're not going to see an electric car succeed, because are you as a customer willing to pay 30-40% more for a car with half the range or less than one-third the range of a IC car? All that. So there's no compelling reason for a consumer to pay it today, unless the government mandates it. Like, for example, I commented about China. Because of the smog, I mean, you have the same situation in Delhi. I would expect the Indian government to really make big, bold reforms and give that kind of impetus to the electric car movement. In China, they have earmarked $25 billion as a giveaway. I mean, people expected the US to be the world leaders in the electric car movement. And what has happened is reverse. It's China. It's not the US. Because the government took active interest. The government has $4 trillion of reserves. The government can afford to take that. So we as a country need to do a lot more to get there. Yeah.
So I think with this, we close the session. Thank you to both of you. In fact, for talking to us, your views and your opinions about the potential which you see of the Indian automobile industry, and talking through the, also, yes, the Indian government did come up with Make in India. They did try to say design in India also, but probably we have not been able to create a more conducive environment for those creative juices to come out, and also talking about the constraints which are regarding the investments and the future which you see of the electric cars. But probably, as you said, the government needs to take certain very bold and decisive decisions, what they did for demonetization, but then also have the infrastructure in place before they go for those decisions.
Let me answer that if you have a minute. I don't know whether you have. I think the question about infrastructure always crops up, and I always ask this question. And my belief is, if you look at the world history, infrastructure will keep pace with the cars on the road, and it's happened in Europe, it's happened in America. So the pressure point is built by the auto industry. That will fall in place, and it has fallen in place. For example, if I go from Pune to Bombay, I'm reaching 1 hour earlier than I used to reach 10 years back, because they created all those kind of. So it happens slowly, I'm sure, but that's not going to be the worry. We all talk about it, but it's like again a chicken and egg story.
Thank you so very much, sir, once again. And may I request Danish to please present from the side of ETH, expressing our thanks and appreciation to both of them. Thanking Akshay Vagde, thank you so very much. And thanking Mr. Dilip Shabria, thank you, sir. In fact, Akshay, even the namesake, you've designed the bike for Akshay, the actor. Yeah? Oh my God. So we now have the last session. This is again going to be a panel discussion talking about smart cars. And again, talking about the smartness aspect of it. Is smartness just in terms of technology, getting the technology in and the new innovations, but is smartness more about addressing the needs and the challenges and the requirements of the customer. That is again making a smart car which is more affordable, more accessible, more acceptable to the people. Also looking into the being eco-friendly, good on cost and more for the people and the planet. So smart cars enhancing user experience, improving safety. This is the discussion which we are going to be having. We'll just take a minute to set the stage. Meanwhile, just to save on time, I'll introduce the panelists who are going to be joining us here. We have Dr. Ashok Jhunjhunwala, the Institute Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras. He is currently on deputation as the advisor to the Minister of Power and MNRE, Government of India. And he's considered, ladies and gentlemen, as a pioneer in nurturing the industry-academia interaction in India towards R&D, towards innovation, towards product development. His group, TNET, at IIT Madras, has innovated, designed, developed, and commercialized a large number of technologies in the areas of telecom, IT, banking, energy sectors, especially in the solar rooftop and the electric vehicles. He conceived and he built the first research park, the IIT Madras Research Park in India, which houses over 65 R&D companies and over 100 incubated companies. He leads the IITM incubator, which has incubated almost 120 companies so far. And he was conferred with Padma Shri in 2002, also conferred with various other awards, the Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Award, Vikram Sarabhai Research Award, H.K. Firodi Award, Silicon India Leadership Award, Millennium Medal at the Indian Science Congress, and many other prestigious awards. The other panelist is going to be joining us, Mr. Kamal Agarwal, the co-founder and the CEO of Sensite Technologies. Sensite Technologies is a startup working on innovative and valuable solutions in the intersection of Internet of Things and data analytics domain. Their products, AutoWiz, www.autowiz.in, is a leading aftermarket connected car solution for personal car owners and businesses, targeting the growing needs amongst the car owners for higher safety. Kamal himself has more than 18 years of experience in strategy, sales and marketing, and product management for high-tech ventures. Our next panelist who's going to be with us, Mr. Sagar Apte. He's the founder and the CEO at CarQ, which he started in 2012. This is India's first connected car platform that helps car owners simplify car management and ownership. CarQ connects data directly from the car users. The car uses big data analytics to understand this data and recommend the action steps to the car owner to help drive safe and help the driver also maintain his car. The session is going to be moderated by Mr. Kaushik Madhavan. He's Director Mobility Menasa for Frost & Sullivan, that's Middle East, North Africa and South Asia. In this role, he's responsible for managing the research and the consulting practice at Frost & Sullivan. With more than 15 years of experience in the automotive industry, especially in the strategic consulting and market research, Kaushik comes up with an in-depth understanding of the growing passenger and commercial vehicle business sector and on the growing aftermarket opportunities for the OEMs in India as well as in Middle East. So now I would like to invite all our panelists and our moderator to please join us here. Dr. Ashok Jhunjhunwala, inviting Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Mr. Sagar Apte, and Mr. Kaushik Madhavan. And another panelist joining us. My apologies, Mr. Pradeep Sridharan, the Vice President of Unlimit, joining us. Okay. So if you can have all of you here on the stage, and probably once you join, now that we have a face to your names, you can introduce also yourself once again.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Pradeep, you'll get 2 mementos for being introduced late. We will wait for Dr. Jhunjhunwala to join us on stage. But let me start the discussion in the meantime. The gentleman will get plugged in. Excellent. If you are all feeling sleepy, please blame the good food. So, not me. So, let me first thank Economic Times ET Edge for this wonderful opportunity. I think it's been great listening to some of the speakers since this morning. Very, very different perspectives, very varied perspectives. So, this session is going to focus a little bit on the user experience and also safety as well. Before that, before I open up the panel for discussion, let me start with a few facts. Is Sarthak still here? No, I think he's left. Okay, fine. Never mind. Okay, let me reflect on the point Tom from Volvo Cars made this morning, right? In 2016, January, Volvo Cars made an announcement that by 2020, nobody will die in a car manufactured by Volvo, right? That was a big, big statement, bold statement to make in 2016. Keep in mind, in automotive technology terms, 2020 is tomorrow, right? If you have to introduce a car or a vehicle with a specific technology in 2020, and if you haven't started work on it right now, you're already too late, right? So that clearly emphasizes the focus the OEMs are putting today in improving safety of drivers. That's number one. Today in India, about 350 to 400 people die in road accidents every day. That's about 150,000 people in a year, right? Frost & Sullivan did a voice of customer study last year, just to understand people's perception on safety technologies and so on. So we asked them, I think it was a sample size of close to 1,000 or 1,100. So we asked them, when you purchase a vehicle, when you buy a vehicle, what are your priorities, top 5 priorities when you purchase a vehicle? So we had brand, we had fuel efficiency, we had after-sales service, we had total cost of ownership, and price. These were the top 5. Safety was not among the top 5. Safety was on the list, but ranked 7th or 8th, right? So in people's minds, safety in the Indian market today is still not a top concern when it comes to purchasing vehicles, and that needs to change, right? We've also heard a few speakers speak about advanced driver assistance technologies. I'm sure, my colleagues here will talk about ITS, or Intelligent Transportation Systems, right? So what does Intelligent Transportation Systems mean? Primarily, let's say 2 to 3 elements. One is vehicle-to-vehicle communication, vehicle or V2V, vehicle-to-infrastructure communication, V2I. The third one is V2P, which is vehicle-to-pedestrian communication, right? If you look at the Western countries, V2V is at the bottom in terms of implementation and complexity, vehicle-to-vehicle communication. Slightly more complex is vehicle-to-infrastructure communication. And the most complex is vehicle to pedestrian communication because pedestrians don't have any technology inbuilt. But in India, we are right at the top. We have the best vehicle to pedestrian communication, right? We are ahead of every other country out there. How, you may ask? You see the button in the middle of the steering wheel? That's the best vehicle to pedestrian communication we have, technology we have, right? So, obviously, developing an ecosystem, has been one of the talking points since this morning, and really, it's very, very important. So, before we have Dr. Jhunjhunwala join us on stage, let me open the panel for discussion. So, let me start with Kamal. Before I ask him the actual question and to share his thoughts, how many of you here have heard of a website called www.drivelikeagirl.com? Anybody? Drivelikeagirl.com. Sounds funny, right? Apparently, in 2011, 2 Belgian drivers put a case in court saying their insurance premiums were much, much higher on average, right? The insurance premium for men were much higher than the insurance premium on an average for women. The perception is that women are relatively, generally, safer drivers or more conservative drivers than men. So the insurance premiums were lower. So these 2 gentlemen put a case and they won. So what happened? Overnight, the insurance premium for women went up. 2, 3x. Overnight, it went up. Obviously, the women weren't happy about it. So what did they do? Enter drivelikeagirl.com. So this company decided, they approached all the women and said, hey, I'll put a black box in your car, right? You have always been a safe driver. You've always been a conservative driver. So I just put this black box. All it will do is, track your driving behavior, the way you drive, how conservative you are. And with this, I'll help you go back to your lower insurance premiums like before. And it was a huge success. And today, OEMs like Volkswagen, Ford, are looking to invest in such startups which are actually able to provide black boxes and telematic service solutions. So with that, I'll come to you, Kamal. You have been in this space, with Autoviz. Autoviz has been fairly successful in the Indian market, aftermarket, of course, received very good response. Enhancing user experience, which has been at the bottom of this particular technology. Give us your perspective on how you have been able to address the challenges. Obviously, we've seen that adding value is one of the most important things whenever you have to sell anything to a customer. So from your perspective, how have you addressed this value addition or making the fleet operators or even the individuals feel that, okay, by using Autoviz, they are able to gain something?
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I answer your question, just wanted to comment upon the results of the survey you mentioned, right? It's ironical that the safety came so low down in the priority of the Indian consumer. But the way I look at it, and you marry that with the number that so many lives being lost on Indian roads, right? But if you marry that and you think about it, then I think the reason is people feel more and more comfortable and safe inside the car. I mean, we are having more and more safety features inside the car. Most of the deaths on the road are not people inside the car, but those are outside the car, right? So I think the flip side to this is basically safety is not just about the vehicle being safe, but is a driver driving safety, right? And that's purely from a safety standpoint is what one of the goals we have, right? Can we make people realize how good or bad they're driving from a safety perspective and make tangible changes to their driving behavior so that number comes down, right? Now, of course, if I am a personal car owner, I would normally feel that I am a good driver. Yeah. You ask anybody,
absolutely,
they will say, yeah, I drive well, right? But the moment I have a driver, I will say, no, I'm not sure whether he's a good driver. Right? So that's what we see. I mean, that's when we sell to personal car owners or we sell to fleets. The sell is very easy when we say, yeah, it's going to help you monitor the driving behavior of your driver, right? Yes, that's the value. A customer immediately feels, yes, that's the value because I'm concerned how it's going to drive. I'm concerned about the safety of my kids which are there in the car, and I want to know that the car is not being misused. But it's a much harder sell to a guy who's driving himself. And that's the challenge we have. I mean, we expect the guy to pay some money for us to fit the solution so that we can monitor how good or bad he's driving. And once they start using it, of course, data is what makes people to take action, right? I mean, you can always say anecdotally, yeah, I'm a good driver, but unless you actually measure yourself, you cannot, be objective about it. So the technologies are basically what we're trying to do is to bring some objectivity to it. Like a Fitbit, you understand how bad or good you are and make some changes to the behavior.
That's a very good point you made. In fact, as part of the same study which we did, we had a question, especially for people who had chosen in the survey that they wouldn't buy a vehicle with safety features. So we asked them, why wouldn't you buy a vehicle with safety features? You know what the top 2 responses were? I'm a confident driver and my average speeds are low. So very, very in line with what you rightly said. So people feel that accidents happen to somebody else, right? Accidents don't happen to them. And that safety features are not a necessity today in the vehicle. That's what people think. That's what average consumers think. So how have you felt the need to change awareness or to change perceptions among potential customers? What is your take on changing perceptions?
Yes, I mean, so we try to, work around this by giving customers a bouquet of features. Right. I mean, you can't just sell a particular solution in aftermarket for a certain price just based upon one feature, right? So you try to bring how measuring your driving behavior could help you save fuel, try to tie up with other players in the ecosystem to bring down the cost of ownership. So the way I see is that the customer needs to see a holistic value proposition to be able to, see the value, not just from a safety standpoint or being a good citizen, but, how it actually helps tangibly in saving costs.
Right.
And I think that's the focus for us, whether it's a personal car owner or a business car owner. At the end of the day, it has to have some return on investment, and that's the drive we have to work.
Right. Fantastic. So Pradeep, I'll come to you now. If you have followed the CES or the Consumer Electronics Show that happens every year in Las Vegas, it started off primarily as a show for, let's say, mobile technology or electronics and so on. But over the last 2 years, automotive OEMs have taken up the largest space there, right? I mean, there have been discussions that say, hey, the CES should be renamed as, Las Vegas Auto Show, right? So much is the importance placed by the OEMs today, specifically the North American, the European OEMs, in terms of changing or changing the user experience, for the customers. Now, obviously, a lot of these OEMs are collaborating with Microsoft, Google. We've got Microsoft Cortana. We've got, Amazon Alexa. Today, if you have a smart home, you can say, and if you have Amazon Alexa, and you can say, hey, Alexa, dim the lights in my bedroom. Alexa, add milk to my shopping cart. Alexa, switch off the lights in the living room. Will we have a situation in the future where a driver in the car, you are a driver in the car, and you say, Alexa, schedule the next appointment for me at the service station in 3 days. Alexa, order an air filter for me. Alexa, order an oil filter for me. So how do you see artificial intelligence, or IPAs, as they call it, the Intelligent Personal Assistant, becoming an integral part of the automobile as we see?
Right, okay. I just missed my introduction, so I'll take a minute in terms of talking about it, So I represent Reliance Unlimited, and Reliance Unlimited is a IoT foray of Reliance and Lambani Group into India. We started like 5 months back in India. Our objective is to be a gateway for IoT players who are in various sectors across the globe, be it automotive, be it BFSI, be it any vertical for that matter, to come to India, and at the same time to drive the digitization on the back of IoT in India. And on the back of that conversation from the question you asked, I think in various discussions through the morning, you have heard that a lot of electronics, what we are talking about, somebody was talking about 50% of a cars and automobiles, electronics would be, a car will have 50% of the electronics in it rather than anything else by 2025. What we do is essentially in terms of ensuring that there is a bloodline behind that one, which is the connectivity part of the story. Like the electricity, for the fundamental IoT part of the story to run in terms of smart cars or connected cars, you require the connectivity. We provide a managed connectivity solution, SIM-based, across India, which means that any of the automobiles which is coming from outside will have an eSIM and which will be able to run all the devices, device management, ensure that the connectivity from a monitor management billing standpoint and the analytics is completely driven through that one. And if we are able to provide it, and that's what we are driving towards it, we become an ecosystem player in terms of driving it, in terms of building the entire span of things. Now, answering the question which you mentioned, I believe that we are in a start of an evolution in India in terms of IoT, and IoT drives the entire conversation in a very significant manner. The opportunities are endless, and we believe that be it smart homes or it's smart cars, this is something which is going to change the way which we are seeing world today. If we had in 2000, if we call the IT or the .com boom, I would presume that in the next 5 years we are going to see the IoT boom, and that is going to drive the automotive industry in a significantly high manner. So what we are dreaming or what we are probably thinking about is going to happen is definitely going to happen. We are seeing most of the automobile companies which are providing luxury sort of like things, as we call it, right? Be the high-end sedans or SUVs, today becomes a necessity. Today becomes something which is de facto for that matter. And I believe that things like smart homes and the things which you mentioned, over a period of time, through the IoT capabilities, be it by Reliance or through somebody else, and unfortunately or fortunately, Reliance is the only organization I could say today which has got a separate sort of entity towards the IoT business, and we have the biggest and the best platform from a connectivity management standpoint, which is for Jasper, and we're the strategic player who has exclusive rights in India in terms of doing it. And across the world, more than 60% of Fortune 500 companies sit on Cisco Jasper. And at the same time, we have more than 50 connected cars platforms run on Cisco Jasper. So we believe that over a period of next 5 to 10 years' time, the automobile industry will significantly drive and develop through the IoT in terms of enhancing the user experience as well as safety.
Perfect. I think that's a very, very valid point you made. You said 50 models run on Jasper platform. Obviously, it's very important. I think the gentleman mentioned there that having the standardized platform to start with, to establish that base in the industry is very, very important. And he's absolutely right. Now, we've always spoken about IoT or sharing platforms, always from the OE perspective, always from the manufacturer's perspective. One of the most, or let's say one of the highest growth areas today, if you look at the Indian market, is the aftermarket, right? Today, all OEMs are talking about prognostics or predictive diagnostics, right? And this means bringing the component manufacturer or the supplier into the fold. So through the IoT, or the Internet of Things, do you see, let's say, a situation where the driver gets an alert on his smartphone, says, your clutch is going to fail in the next 200 kilometers, right? Your brakes are going to fail. Your brake pads are going to be at the end of their life in the next 500 kilometers. So how do you see the integration of the supplier side into the entire IoT? Because traditionally, IoT has only been driven by the OEMs. So where do you see the suppliers or the component manufacturers playing a role in the IoT?
Fantastic question. One of the most interesting things which is going to happen for any industry, and more importantly for the automobile industry, is that there is a time, and the time is now, where in which there has to be a complete collaboration between the supplier, the customer, and the various service providers in the whole thing. And that is primarily because India, if I take India per se itself, India is an extremely price-sensitive market. Now, all the fancies of, predictive analysis and all the big data stuff, there's a lot of data which could come in, or smart cars and things like that, if it has to be provided to the customer and has to give a service which they demand and deserve, the cost element has to be absolutely in the right level. And to get that kind of a cost bracket, it's very important that all these players, be the customer, be the supplier, be the user, combines and come together in terms of driving it. Hence, we believe that through the IoT, which is more of it's not a domain which we believe that is driven by individual product development, but it is driven by partnerships, wherein which we ensure that the ecosystem is able to bring in the best across all these three set of people in terms of driving and getting the best things for that matter.
Right. I'll come to you, Sagar, now. Since this morning, we've also heard quite a few speakers talk about big data, right? And with digitization, for example, there is obviously going to be a large amount of data that's going to be generated. Now, I just wanted to get your perspective, especially on, let's say, for example, the data ownership perspective, right? Today, a lot of data is being generated, but who owns this data? Is it the OEMs? Is it the suppliers? Is it the owner? Or in many cases, is it the insurance company? So the reason I'm asking is, let's say, for example, when as a customer, as a driver, I decide to change my insurance supplier, right, or a provider from one company to another, what happens to the data that was collected when I was with another provider? Will it get transferred? Or will I have to, pay the new insurance provider all over again? So tell us your perspective on ownership of data and how it will play an important role.
Sure. That's a pretty tough question, and it's a good one. It's pretty practical in a way, right? So when you're talking about data and when you're talking about big data, really, you're talking about, think of it like there's a central piece of data and like a cube, and everybody sees his own vision of that data, right? So no single entity can claim the rights to that data. It's a collection of everyone involved in that ecosystem, right? So if we're talking about a connected car ecosystem, the car owner owns the data. The insurance company also owns a certain view of that data. The OEMs own a certain view of that data. The data itself is owned by multiple parties who are a part of that ecosystem, right? So if I move from one OEM to the next one, if I have Maruti and now I decide to continue with the Honda after like 4 years of using it, does my data continue with me? So that's the whole idea. It's first, there is a personality, there's an individual who's a driver. So there are data aspects of how many kilometers I've driven so far. How do I like to drive? Do I like to drive on the highways, on the cities and stuff? That's my data, right, which goes along with me to the next car that I move to. But how the car performs doesn't need to move on. Correct. Right? It stays with the OEM. For something like this to happen, a real collaboration needs to happen. A collaboration between an insurance company, a OEM, a dealer network, a car owner needs to happen where this whole race, I think there are so many articles from analysts, okay, which put out that data is the next gold mine without actually telling what is that gold mine that we're really talking about. Nobody wants to stand up and say, fine, let me share this data and let's see what happens. If I see you making more money than me, I'll retract those rights. That's still okay. Let's go ahead and try this out. Today when we talk to anybody in the ecosystem, everybody believes he owns the data. Right. We had one customer who said, why am I paying you money for this device? Shouldn't you be paying me money? After all, I'm giving you data. I said, your data is of no value, right? And if you get me 10 lakh customers along with you, then probably I'll pay you for the data. But if you're alone coming on the platform, I don't see why I'm going to pay you for the data, right? We talk to OEMs, we talk to insurance companies, everybody feels they own the data, but they don't really own the data. They should own the piece that they need to kind of make sense of and let the other pieces taken by others. Right. Then this whole structure of costing will come down. Because there are 3 people now willing to pay for the same hardware. Instead of 1 person wanting to pay for that same hardware. Right. Now, there's an ecosystem, which means there will be a symbiotic relationship.
Right. Welcome, Dr. Chizumara. Please take a seat. No problem at all. Sagar, just as a follow-up question on that one, when we bring insurance to the picture, or let's say, for example, there is there is an unfortunate case of an accident, right? There is always a tendency in our ecosystem to assign blame, right?
Yes.
Because even when you go to a court of law, there is always the need to identify the source of whatever mistake or an accident or whatever it is. So how do you think big data will play a role in this, number one? And how effective are we likely to see changes in regulations that will accept data collected from these kind of devices to be used as proof in a court of law?
I think we are definitely a long way away from using this data in a court of law, and we still don't have e-signed documents, right?
Right.
We still have to do paperwork signing and stuff, right? And that's the first step, and that came out like 2 months back.
Correct.
So there's a long way to go because there's no standardization on the data. It's my version of data.
Absolutely.
The other party is going to contest your version is not my version, right? I think we're missing the point. It's all about the adoption, right? Once you have crossed a critical mass where people have adoption, then the government agencies and others will be forced to agree to a standardization. But until there are like 100 small players doing their own bit, you're not going to see anybody asking or crying for that standardization.
Right.
So it will happen. Let's just get adoption going.
But don't you think some form of incentivization is required for that initial push to gain that critical mass or critical momentum?
Well, there is this whole statistical theory that for something good to happen, something bad has to happen first. So something has to happen for something to get started, right? So first we need to have enough cars, then we have to have enough data, then something has to happen, then this will happen.
I agree. Dr. Jhunjhunwala, thank you very much for joining us. We were just talking about, user, perceptions and safety. And, obviously you being the advisor to the Ministry of Power now. So I just wanted to get your perspective. Since this morning we've heard a lot about, digitization, right? And how the automotive industry is gearing itself up, to meet these changing demands. So I specifically wanted to, get your inputs on the AMP, the Automotive Mission Plan, right? Automotive Mission Plan, right? So we've already had the first phase, which was from 2006 to 2016. Now we are in the second phase, which is 16 to 26. So now, as part of the Automotive Mission Plan 2026, the focus will be on the Make in India program, of course, Skill India, to essentially bridge the gap in technology, right, between India and the other developed nations. So from your perspective, what is the thought process behind the government agencies and the regulatory authorities in bringing advanced technologies to the Indian market and driving adoption? How do you see from a lawmaker's perspective?
I am not very sure whether I'll be able to. I've been here only very recently and will be able to give you a full answer. But let me tell you something else that is happening,
right,
which
please.
will do a lot of disruption to this. And finally, in terms of smart cars and experience and improved safety, it may just change things very dramatically. It is a huge push to electric vehicles. Believe it or not, unless things really go wrong, which I don't think it will, but in next few years you will see a dramatic change as far as that is concerned. It may start with a significant focus on public transport. For example, three-wheelers, not just e-rickshaw but e-autos, and then buses, all taxi fleets, and very quickly moving to the private vehicles. Even 6 to 9 months back, one couldn't have understood the kind of disruption that you see today. I think almost looks like as if every week you are getting data in favor of electric vehicles. Let me also point out something, and I'll connect you to what you are pointing out. Many of you have seen when Ministry of Power or MNRE or the associated agency went for power bidding from solar about few weeks back, the price Dr. K, to take the levelized cost by taking into account all the advantages that is given to solar, it still comes to 3 rupees 30 paise. And last week, the bidding for the wind power again came to around 3 rupees 30 paise. Essentially, this is lower than the new coal price. So, solar and wind power are really going to become the dominant player. Now, when they become the dominant player, one of the problems with solar and wind power is that they are not continuous. They are, or you need storage. In fact, what is very interesting is the electric vehicle becomes the first large-scale storage which enables renewable power. And therefore, there is a huge interest in it. Now, and one can get into details of why, the economics of it. I heard in the previous this thing that it is just too expensive. I don't think it is too expensive to do it right. We can examine that separately, not in this session. But basically, electric vehicles means that smartness is built in. They are not add-on. They are not add-on costs. It is not that the premium vehicles will have those extra fittings and the ordinary vehicles will not have. These will be part, this will become part of this. And therefore, I think we should move faster towards standardization, faster towards what we can do when all this is available. So far, it has been projected, this whole digitalization, smart car part of it has been projected as an add-on, and therefore only few will opt for it, only premium cars will have it. Think of it that the lowest end vehicle will have it, your whole approach will change, and then whether standardization takes place, what do you need to do in terms of user experience, what you need to do in terms of safety, all this change. So that's what
I think that's a very, very good point you made, Dr. Chujinwala, especially if you're talking about starting with the infrastructure and starting with, let's say, the taxis, the e-auto rickshaws, or even buses, within cities, where buses run a fixed distance and a known route. I mean, take the best example, today KPIT, based out of Pune, is already working very closely with Maharashtra Road Transport Corporation to develop telematic systems, intelligent transportation systems, and hybrid electric vehicle solutions as well. So, how do you see the collaboration, or let's say development of an ecosystem involving private players collaborating with the government agencies?
So, I think in this sector, I went to 1 or 2 meetings. I'm not myself been too much involved, but I've seen in fact, my old friends, because I worked in communication all throughout my life, my old friends are actually working on this smartness car. But they're not really part of the whole electric vehicle movement. So I see that separation.
Right.
And I think this telematics has to merge.
Right.
It has to take that into account. And again, as I pointed out, they are looking at as add-on, in the premium segment, and they are not looking at that every auto will have it. Let's look at every auto will have it, whole thing will start.
That's a fantastic point, because you're right when you say electric vehicles already come built in with smartness, unlike other vehicles where you have to add them on. Earlier as well, we had Sarthak Paul, who showcased his product and his company as well. So in terms of, I'll take that question to Kamal. How do you see, let's say, the emergence or the growth of electric vehicles? Because your product, has always focused on, let's say, for example, in the aftermarket, improving efficiency, right? Improving driver behavior. So do you think of course, it's still a long way off, I do agree, but do you think that if the electric vehicles start proliferating more than we've expected, how do you see yourself adapting or changing your course to include electric vehicles?
So I think the solution we provide today, of course, is for the cars which are there on the road today. Right, all the way from lowest end car to a high-end car, right? In fact, one of the things we look at our solution today is to democratize connected cars. It is really for masses. When we bring it as an aftermarket, it doesn't matter whether you're driving a Jaguar or a Nano, right? It's the same product. But when we move to electric, of course, certain parts of the solution will have to change, right? Currently, the edge devices that we fit in to get the data will obviously change, because those cars will already be having those communication things. But I think the real transferable piece of technology or IP there is what we do in the cloud with that data, right? And that essentially remains the same. If it's data coming from a regular car or electric car, from a driving behavior perspective, our instincts of how we drive, or what could be the way we drive so that to conserve, whether it's a fuel or a battery, right? Those will probably remain same. So from safety point of view, from saving power point of view, I think the elements of the data may change, but the analytics behind it would remain same. And that's what we will look to do. I mean, transfer a solution to those type of cars where the devices change, but essentially the intelligence remains the same.
I will sort of say it actually does more. The kind of solutions that I've seen coming out, in fact, their importance becomes even more. Take, for example, the difference. In a electric vehicle, the ability to drive a kilometer with less amount of stored energy, kilowatt hour. So it's the same, instead of kilometers per liter of petrol, you're now talking about kilometers per unit of electricity. If you do that right, your vehicle performance significantly improves. It is not just that you'll save some money. Today, in petrol vehicles or diesel vehicles, you sort of say, okay, you'll save some money. Yeah. Here it is a question of you'll be able to drive longer distances. Yeah. In fact, you may be able to reduce your battery sizes. And if you are able to do that, you are able to significantly reduce your cost. So it becomes even more important in electric vehicles. And what they really need to do is look, but there are parameters that will change. The kind of things that make things happen in petrol vehicle are not same as what will happen in electric vehicles. So they really have to start looking at a totally new parameters. But yes, the cloud will play an important role. Telematics will continue to play an important role. I agree the edge devices will come. The processors and all those things will be there. You can more easily download the software out there as compared to in the normal way.
Absolutely. Picking up from where you left, Dr. Jhunjhunwala, this is a question for both Pradeep and Sagar. From an IoT perspective and a big data perspective, Dr. Jhunjhunwala touched upon the point of energy, right? Renewable energy going forward, and maybe even smart grid, right? Because we've already had very successful business models in Europe and North America where in an advanced stage, your electric car could be supplying back to the grid, right? So from an energy perspective, let's say both renewable and smart, how do you see the IoT of things, IoT, Internet of Things playing a role, and how do you see big data playing a role, keeping smart energy as the focal point? Maybe you can start.
Interesting question, because this is sort of like thinking of the future a bit. Okay. Now, coming from Reliance, Reliance is an organization essentially has got significant amount of interest in terms of power as well. Okay. And obviously we provide power for entire Mumbai and otherwise. So already there is a huge drive of using IoT capabilities in terms of smart metering, in terms of ensuring that you're getting into pay by use and things like that.
Right.
Okay. So that's one part of the activity which is definitely there, and we believe that using IoT we could make this very common man usable stuff. Okay. When which we are able to make sure that even the larger transmission lines, there is a possibility in terms of optimization of resources, wastage is reduced, so on and so forth. And at the consumer level as well, the consumer is able to pay it as per usage, as well as the pilferage and other things could be reduced to a large extent. Now the second part of the story is in terms of when you have renewable energies which are coming in. Even I'm coming from southern India, and I could see and come from a place where there are a lot of windmills available, and I would see that even the the people who own windmills today have that kind of ability to sell the windmill energy back onto the government, and essentially ensure that either you get it by money or in terms of subsidizing back or cross-subsidizing that back onto your electricity charges. So having an IoT sort of like a capability in which all the sensors to devices to connectivity to all those things built together in the ecosystem, I'm sure that that's going to be much more easy than the today's sort of like I call the mundane way of doing things.
Fantastic. Yes, sir.
10 seconds add on. An interesting thing is right now, he is monitoring the car and trying to figure out what happens when the car is being driven.
Right.
What will happen with electric vehicle, even when the car is standing, even though the car is being charged, all the time the telematics will play out.
Absolutely.
So telematics is playing a role 24/7 on the car, unlike right now when only it is driven.
Indeed.
So it becomes much more.
Correct.
Absolutely. I'll add on to that one, sorry for that. You have telematics where in which you have fully powered vehicles, you will have, instruments, whatever it is, you have got semi-powered and you have got ones which are like not powered at all. We use that at this point in time, sometimes for diesel generators, which could be used once in a while. Correct. You may have semi-powered ones when you switch it on only it's happening, or the ones which is like always powered. I think as Doctor said correctly, with the electric ones coming in, you are producing a solution which is meeting all these parameters in one shot and ensures that, the communication is happening at any point in time, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I think I've seen this in Europe. For example, there was an Indo-Dutch seminar last week, and I saw a number of Dutch companies coming in here. And in terms of they have something called smart chargers.
Yeah.
And the smart chargers are doing all kinds of things, which you couldn't imagine, because their grid is a little more smart, so they are already doing it. What these people have to learn is, while they are doing various things, they need to add those features into their solution. And if they start learning a little bit about the grid and what does it really mean, which is a domain knowledge which you should acquire as early as possible, rather than later.
Fantastic. Sagar, your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think big data in terms of electric grids is definitely a gold mine of data. That's definitely there. So the cost of storing electricity is extremely, extremely high.
Right.
So when you're looking at the number of electric vehicles being on the road, the only way electric grid company is going to make money by being able to determine which part of the town is going to require electricity to charge vehicles. So while telematics is sending a lot of real-time data, the grid companies need to calculate what is the individual charge across vehicles, which direction are they going in, and where will they now end up for the next charge, so that being able to divert the energy to that block, thereby not sending energy to a block where it's not going to make money. Right? And that is going to be how these grid companies are going to make money.
Right.
And that's the reason why a lot of electric grid companies in the US and Europe have actually invested or started a completely separated out data analytics companies which are just doing this, like identifying, predicting what power is needed and where. And that's
predicting power requirements here.
Yes. Again, I'm adding, sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, please.
But I think I'm picking up things from what these people, each of them are saying. The battery that is there in electric vehicle, as somebody pointed out in the last session, the most expensive part of electric vehicle. And I think we know very little about that. And the knowledge of battery is going to play such an important role in all the things that we're talking about. And the new knowledge, which probably nobody has, about the battery. Because today we look, he's right, the cost of storage today is about 4 times the cost or 3 times the cost of power generation.
Production, yeah.
So in some sense, storing and taking it out is not
doesn't make sense at all. Yeah.
But the battery, today's battery life is defined only in terms of life cycles. But they have a life cycles and calendar life. Once you have invested in a battery, what is the optimum way to utilize the battery? Is it good to, even though it is expensive, is it good to take the power out from the battery and give it to the grid or somebody else, or not do it? I think these are questions which really don't have an answer. And you'll require a whole lot of long-term simulations on battery to sort of say, well, battery may not get hurt if you take power out at certain rate, at certain time, and recharge it. So,
in fact, Doctor, I think almost all the OEMs today across the world interested in electric propulsion are actually investing heavily in 2 areas. One is battery chemistry, like you rightly mentioned, and energy density. So these two are really, really, right on top of the OEM's priorities. So last question to you before I open up the panel, the room for question and answers. Doctor, we've always had the fame or the faster adoption of and manufacturing of electric vehicles over the past couple of years. But there seems to be some kind of apprehension among the consumer industry, including OEM suppliers and the end customers, that there doesn't seem to be a long-term perspective for FAME. Okay, you have 1 or 2 years of incentives, maybe a third year. What after that? So, from your perspective, how do you see the need for a long-term vision of subsidizing or incentivizing or pushing electric or hybrid propulsion, in the Indian market?
So again, the FAME program was the early program, was a pilot program for 2 years.
Correct.
The 2 years is going to end now. As I pointed out, lots of things have changed, and a new approach is being looked at, examined. I am not certain yet what will emerge. Hopefully in next month's time, we'll be able to be, at least I know what are the thoughts that are going on, but I'm not certain finally what is going to be the government strategy. But over next month's time, I'm hoping that the strategy will evolve and become clear. From whatever I know of, what is likely to happen is move very strongly for electric vehicles, go all the way, and by 2030 completely convert it.
Fantastic.
So that's the direction I see more likely to happen than not. Since one is talking about scaling, one is not talking about heavy subsidy. The FAME program was subsidy.
Correct.
Saying get out of subsidy situation. Yes, certain tax breaks may have to be given for a few years. Define that. Move out of that. In fact, define when will the tax break disappear and move away from subsidy.
Right.
That is the direction where thinking is going on. And push, accelerate, look at the manufacturing program. How do you manufacture the batteries? Rest of the vehicles, we don't see a problem. How do you enhance the efficiency of the motors so that your kilometers per kilowatt hour improves? How do you enhance the efficiency of air conditioners so that they take less amount of battery power? That's the direction the world should go in.
Absolutely. Very, very heartening to hear, Doctor. With that, let me open the floor for question and answers. Anybody has questions? Please raise your hand to introduce yourself and direct it to one or more panelists. Yes, sir. Okay.
Hello, my name is Dheeraj and I am from JCB. My question is for Dr. Ashok. My question is, sir, where do you see the future of battery development in India? Like since morning we have been talking about, and we all know lithium ion is expensive and still no company in India still makes it. We know ISRO and ARI are doing some work on it. But do you see with limited lithium reserves in India, do you still see lithium ion as our future, or do you see something of a advanced lead carbon or advanced lead acids or other alternative chemistry as our future of electrification?
As of now, the best vehicles, the best batteries to be used for electric vehicle is some kind of lithium ion batteries. There are NMC, LFP, I'm not getting into the details. It has to be lithium ion. It is very clear that we will have to manufacture the battery in India. There are two aspects of battery manufacturing. One is battery cell manufacturing and another is cell to pack manufacturing. Cell to pack manufacturing is going on now in India. That is 25% value add. That work is being done right now by about 20 companies, which is likely to expand to about 100 companies in the next 2 years. So that is happening. Cell manufacturing is not happening. The cell manufacturing will happen, first of all, as usage of the batteries increase, because cells cannot be in small number. Cell has to be in very large number. So the usage has to increase. They more or less has to standardize to the same kind of cells. If he uses different cell, he uses different cell, and he uses different cell, making it will become very difficult. More or less a certain cell may start winning
taking into account the temperature profiles in India and things like that. As that happens, the right cell manufacturing plant has to come in. The cell manufacturing plant, when it comes in, one of the biggest issue will be that the battery chemistry will keep on evolving. So as it evolves, the cell manufacturing plant must not become obsolete. It must keep on adapting to the new cell manufacturing. So it requires, it's a capital intensive and very knowledge intensive industry. Today, capital intensive investment, we have understood it, we know we have to make it. There are private players and public players, both are interested. At the right time, they will invest. Knowledge part of it is now we are paying attention to it. There are a number of startups which are really focused on the knowledge for battery chemistry and the battery chemistry process, not just chemistry, but the process to manufacture battery, that need to expand. We need several hundred well-trained people to be able to do this. I see that in China. I don't see that much anywhere else. Here and there a little bit in Germany and other places. But China seems to have done well on that. I'm sure it may be done in Korea also, which I'm less familiar. So we need that expertise also to be developed. So that is getting developed. The market needs to be created. We need to narrow down to one chemistry. Manufacturing plants will be set up in India.
Thank you, sir. Next question, right at the back.
This is Gangadhar from KPMG. So while we are promoting, electric vehicles.
Who are you asking that question to?
Anyway.
Okay.
So, there needs to be a synergy between the electric motor and the power system because, the moment you start charging these and the number of vehicles going to be increasing, you're going to create a kind of surge and imbalance in the already unreliable power system. So how are these two industries working together? And smart grid, though conceptually yes, but then it's still 5 to 10 years a dream for us in India.
So I am a professor at IIT Madras, and when I've gone on leave, and 2.5 months back I've come to Delhi in Ministry of Power to drive electric vehicles. So basically, and renewables. So basically the focus is very clear that on the one hand the grid will have more and more renewables. On the other hand, grid will have demand from things like electric vehicles. How do you really handle all that? This is precisely the kind of work we are starting to do. We are starting to do. Let me also point out the first, make the electric vehicle happen. Because as I pointed out, happening of electric vehicle is so important for happening of renewables. So, yes, what you are pointing out is very true. There is a huge work that is going to be needed. Will our grid be ready? Will it be ready in 2 years, 3 years? Electric vehicles are also not likely to happen. It will take 5, 6 years before it becomes sizable. I think before that the grid has to also change.
Good evening. This is Mohan Prabhu again. First, I'm going to talk about what we discussed earlier, safety in the car. You see, you can give me the safest car and I'm ready to drive it, but am I on the safest road? Who is going to take care of the safety on the road? Like someone said, when there's an accident, it's not the fellow sitting inside the car, but someone outside the car who gets killed or who gets injured. What is a two-wheeler doing on the middle of the road? Nobody is able to answer that question. I asked so many people, police, ministries, nobody has answer. We don't have traffic management in our country. First thing is we have to teach our ministry and the people running it how to manage the traffic. Unless you manage the traffic, there's no use giving me whatever safety you want to add in a car feature. It's not going to be any help to me. So, when he asked, I said, I don't want ABS. It's not going to be any help to me. If I'm going to hit a scooter, that fellow is going to die, not me. What is he doing on the middle of the road?
The ABS, you won't be hitting the scooter.
No, I'm just telling you. See, certain safeties. Don't think like that. Okay, now, coming back to electric car. Yes, it's a very good concept. We have to do a lot on it, and I am also part of it. I am into decentralized power generation and distribution. So which is going to help your electric car getting charged. You don't have to depend upon the grid. I have invented or designed waste to energy project which can generate only 10 kilowatt, 15 kilowatt, 30 kilowatt, 100 kilowatt power. So you can put up these plants at different places in the city or outside the city which will generate a particular amount of power. You don't have to depend upon megawatt grid lines, which is going to help a lot in charging all your electric cars wherever they travel. I mean, you don't have to worry about power cuts. Imagine we have a national grid, but even in Delhi today there are outages. Nobody is able to help it, and nobody is able to answer why we have outages. Haryana says we have surplus. We have electricity surplus. I have a factory in Haryana where we don't have power for more than 8 hours in Gurgaon. I pay my workers to work till 10 o'clock in the night because there is no power in the morning. And our Chief Minister and Prime Minister and everybody says Haryana is a power surplus state. Isn't it the irony of our country? Tamil Nadu is also same. Tamil Nadu says we have power more than enough to supply the whole world, but they can't supply to the city. Yes, domestic connections, perfect. But when it comes to industries, go to any industrial area, every second factory is having a generator operating their factory, and your cost of production goes up. So we have to tackle these issues. Sir, Dr. Jinjunwala, I'll meet you after this, and I'll give you this decentralized power generation system, which I think I'll be able to help in charging the cars here and there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment on
Anybody
that?
wants to address that?
Very quickly, I'd like to comment. I strongly believe in decentralized power generation. Decentralized power generation by any means, but you of course have mentioned waste to energy conversion. I'll say yes, very, very important. And also I will sort of say solar power, decentralized solar power. I do see decentralized solar rooftop being the source of power. Only thing is that they will be grid connected. I personally believe they will be grid connected. They can draw power from the grid when required, whenever grid is there. They can feed power to the grid. They can feed power, of course, locally. As much as possible, use local. If local is not available, take it from the grid. There is another comment that you made about power today, power situation in many parts. I agree. Anywhere interior you go, why interior you are mentioning even in cities, yes, the power situation is still dismal, and I think these things we need to fix. We today can generate power at relatively low cost. I think we need to really fix and see to it that power is available everywhere. And I think decentralized, my own dream is that every home in India will have a battery, and the battery could be the same battery module which can also be used in a, let's say, a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler. You just can carry that and also keep that at home. Same kind of battery module. So the cost comes down like anything. Along with solar and along with whatever else decentralized energy production is possible, powering every home, but connected to the grid. So when grid is there, one can still draw power from the grid. That's the way I
Just to address the first part of your question, you're absolutely right. Having safety technologies in the vehicle is just one part of the equation, no doubt. There is work happening in developing or implementing intelligent traffic management systems as well. I know for a fact that in Bangalore, Bosch is working very, very closely with Bangalore Traffic Police to actually understand and monitor, let's say, certain very high-density junctions, traffic junctions, to see how vehicles move and how a company that is not really involved in decision-making or policy-making, Bosch, for example, can play a role in helping the government improve the traffic management situation. So yes, there are steps being taken in that direction as well. So hopefully, in the next few years, we'll definitely see some improvement. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen on the panel, and thank you very much for listening to us, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists, thanking especially to our moderator, and I would like to request Danish to please present the mementos. Thank you so much, sir. So we'll just have a group photograph also with all of you, and then we'll close the session. Thank you, Mr. Sridharan, and thank you to Mr. Madhavan. And then, yeah. Thank you once again. Thank you to all of you also. And now we invite you for tea. Before you leave, please have tea. Probably further discussions, and I think Dr. Jhanjunwala is going to be with us for some more times. We can talk to him informally. Please join us for tea. Thanking you once again. Thanking once again our partners for their contribution towards the success of this conference. Thank you.